Oh, President Trump just announced something. One of the viewers just mentioned this. President Trump just posted this, guys. Um, hang on. Hang on. Let's read this from President Trump. At my direction, the U.S. Southern Command delivered a swift and lethal kinetic strike to successfully execute Niño Guerrero, the infamous leader of Tren de Aragua, one of the most bloodthirsty terrorist organizations on earth. Before I returned to office, Joe Biden opened our southern border to millions of illegal criminals and allowed this foreign army to rape, maim, and murder American citizens with total impunity. During my campaign, I pledged to expel these monsters from our countries and bring justice to the families of those they slaughtered, including the precious 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungaray, 22-year-old Laken Riley, and countless other beautiful souls. With this action tonight, this is in Venezuela, right? So the U.S. carried out a strike in Venezuela? Am I reading this right? Hang on. Let's get to the end here. With this action, the U.S. military has brought retribution for them, their families, and their loved ones. Early in my administration, I delivered on my promise to designate Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization, deport thousands of evil criminals, and wage war against the cartels who have long been waging war against our citizens while weak leaders left America hopeless and defensive. This action was coordinated closely with our friends in Venezuela, with whom we are working very well. As a result, Tren de Aragua terrorists no longer have safe haven in Venezuela or anywhere else. Look, there's a video. And under my leadership, we will find these vicious murderers and drug lords anytime, any place, and send them to the depths of hell where they belong. So President Trump announces the U.S. military has killed the leader of Tren de Aragua with an airstrike in Venezuela. So again, breaking news. Trump announces that the U.S. military has carried out an airstrike in Venezuela. There's video. Hang on, I'm going to make the video bigger so you can see it. Bear with me 1 second here while I put that on the screen. I need to fix something here real quick. I need to fix something here. Just give me a moment. We'll talk about this. But Neil, what I have to do is I just need to retitle the broadcast because the broadcast title has to be updated to reflect we're more talking about Iran, although we're talking about this too. All right, hang on. Everything is falling apart. First of all, let me leave this up there. I need a minute. Sorry, this is annoying, I know, but I have to fix the title because I can't have the title be saying, "Hey, we're covering the Kennedy Center thing live" when I don't have the footage right now. So I have to update that. So just bear with me for a second. I'm really sorry, but we'll get back to the Iran stuff in a second and the Venezuela stuff. Oh, U.S. kills Tren de Aragua leader in Venezuela. Trump, U.S. military kills Tren de Aragua leader in Venezuela. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. It's such a mess tonight. It's such a mess because I don't have I have to change the title of the broadcast. All right, let me just update the title here. I just have I gotta update everything. It's such a mess. Everything's such a mess. Bear with me 1 second. Bear with me. I'm sorry. It's such a mess because I have to change the title or people are going to be so confused. Okay, I got that up there. Oops, that's not updated yet. Okay, that's now updated. And how about Facebook? Can I update the Facebook title? I hope I can. Let's see. I think I got it. Edit post details. There we go. Good. It's happening. Okay. I think I got the title all updated. We got this breaking news about Venezuela. And the last thing I have to do is get the thumbnail updated. My gosh. Okay. I finally got it. I got the thumbnail done. Here is what we're looking at again. President Trump just announced an airstrike in Venezuela that he says killed the leader of Tren de Aragua. How about that? I'm doing the last thing I need to do. Last thing I need to do, which is just get the graphic up. Finally. What a mess. Okay. Here we go. Thanks so much for your patience. There, the graphic is fixed. The graphic is fixed. The headline is fixed. The title is fixed. The Post doesn't say that. I mean, it looks like it says it to me. It says there was a strike to execute the leader of Tren de Aragua, and it says we coordinated it with Tren de Aragua terrorists no longer have safe haven in Venezuela, and it says that where does it say it here? This action was coordinated closely with our friends in Venezuela. So what am I missing? It says they killed the leader with a strike. They coordinated it with their friends in Venezuela, and Tren de Aragua terrorists no longer have a safe haven in Venezuela. To me, that says they killed him in Venezuela. And it says the U.S. Southern Command delivered the strike. Now, let's talk about this again. Okay, so here again is the strike. Let me just make this big. Now, has the U.S. ever carried out an airstrike in Venezuela before? Andy in Austin says the murder without a trial. Oh, they certainly did. They did some strikes during the Maduro operation. There was some strikes, I believe, during the Maduro operation to get Maduro. Maybe there are others too. All right, let's read this again. Again, this is from President Trump. This announcement just came out. Shrenko said there was a strike in 2025. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to look it up. Okay, so President Trump says, at my direction, the U.S. Southern Command, that's the U.S. military, delivered a swift and lethal kinetic strike to successfully execute Niño Guerrero, the infamous leader of Tren de Aragua, one of the most bloodthirsty, he calls them a terrorist organization on planet Earth. Before I returned to office, Joe Biden opened our southern border to millions of illegal criminals and allowed this foreign army to rape, maim, he calls them a foreign army, to rape, maim, and murder American citizens with total impunity. During my campaign, I pledged to expel these monsters from our country and bring justice to the families of those they slaughtered, including the precious 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungare, 22-year-old Laken Riley, and countless other beautiful souls. With this action, the U.S. military has brought retribution for them, their families, and their loved ones. Early in my administration, I delivered on my promise to designate Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization, deport thousands of evil criminals, and wage war against the cartels who have long been waging war against our citizens, while weak leaders left America helpless and defensive. This action was coordinated closely with our friends in Venezuela, with whom we are working very well. As a result, Tren de Aragua terrorists no longer have safe haven in Venezuela or anywhere else, and under my leadership, we will find these vicious murderers and drug lords anytime, anyplace, and send them to the depths of hell where they belong. God bless America. President Donald J. Trump. Now, give me one moment here. Let me do something real quick. I want to take some comments from you guys. Just want to post on our social media. I'm just posting that we're covering this on the current stream. Oh, it's a little d, by the way. Hang on a moment. I want to take some comments from you guys. Icy Days says Trump is making the world great again. Duyo Rican Joseph says Trump is writing a post for gullible people. He has yet to solve any real issues in America. Phoenix says you guys are easily distracted. He counts on that. Amy Celeste says that is good. They will have to catch the handful of others that would fill the void. Midtown Mike says, is he actually unalive, or are we supposed to take Trump at his word? What I'll do is put up here, Trump Thomas says, something shiny. My Lord says, what missile or bomb was that? The letter is just to update you. The Trump name on the Kennedy Center has not actually started being taken off yet. Workers are there. Uh, as I mentioned, um, there was some confusion over the cameras. I had cameras available to me earlier today, and those cameras stopped broadcasting. And the current cameras out there, I do not have the rights to. Reuters does not have their own camera out there. AP does not have their own camera out there. So unfortunately, I cannot show you the Kennedy Center footage, which is what I thought I'd be able to show you. But I can only show you what I have the rights to. So I greatly apologize about that. But there's nothing I can do right now. So I'll keep you updated. But the workers are setting up scaffolding, but they haven't removed the Trump name yet. There's always a chance I could get video of it before they remove the name. But as of right now, I don't have such video. Ross B thinks Trump is trying to conjure up some imaginary victory out of thin air. The Jug Show says a $1 billion drug cartel were sheltering their leader in a tin shed. How gullible are people to believe that? Darcy Do That says, even if it's a distraction, it's a damn good one. All right, give me a moment here. Let's try to get some more updates on this. But this just came out. President Trump just posted about it. I want to show you something about Tren de Aragua too. Here's a update, a brief update from Reuters. They say that President Trump said the U.S. had carried out a lethal strike on Hector Rusthenford Guerrero Flores, also known as Niño Guerrero, the leader of Venezuelan prison gang Tren de Aragua. The White House, Pentagon, and U.S. Southern Command did not immediately respond to a request for comment. It is interesting. Well, I mean, he posted a video. We have not heard anything from the U.S. military on this. Nothing from the U.S. military that I've seen yet on this. Oh, and it's Niño Guerrero. I'll show you something about him. Here, this is who he is. Here's the reward poster. That's the reward poster. That's the person who Trump says was killed in Venezuela by the U.S. military. Here is the reward poster. Reward of up to $5 million for information leading to the arrest and or conviction of Tren de Aragua leader Hector Guerrero Flores, aka Niño Guerrero, for violations including conspiracy to participate in transnational organized crime, including narcotics trafficking, human smuggling, human trafficking, and money laundering. Now, I don't know if they knew where he was previously, and just or if they just found out where he was, because it's a big deal. I'm not an international law expert, but it's a big deal to carry out a strike in another country. This is an airstrike by the U.S. military in Venezuela. And then you wonder, will there be strikes in other countries? You know, there's been talk of the U.S. doing strikes in Mexico. I don't believe that's happened, at least openly, yet. Berry says definitely extrajudicial. Marin Gobra says he was never arrested or convicted. Charlie Newage says another one bites the dust. Hey, by the way, JD63, that's really nice of you. JD63, thanks so much for your support. Also, Dougie Fresh, our member, and Blues Wasted, our member. And also thanks to Britt Myers says U.S. Air Force Team 75 just shook my house in Northeast Ohio. I know nothing about this. Flight radar shows it came from Wrightstown, circled Lake Erie, and shot back out east. Ideas. I know nothing about this. Britt Myers, are you saying there was like a sonic boom or something? I will check in a bit. I haven't heard anything about such a thing. So I have no information for you on that. If I hear anything about it, I'll let you know. Again, I haven't heard anything about it, but if I see anything about it, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Britt Myers. Thank you, Basil Problem. Oh, no. Thank you, Basil Problem. Thank you for your support, but you got to keep the comments respectful or you're going to get timed out. So, you know, both of those things. Thank you, Todd USA. Todd says the Iran war will go down as the most confusing war ever. Thanks also to What's Up, It's Dom, and also I want to show you guys something more about Tren de Aragua. I need a moment. Hey, by the way, I will tell you, there were workers on the scaffolding near, so at the Kennedy Center, they have a midnight, 11:59 p.m. deadline, 11:59 p.m. deadline tonight to take Trump's name off. And I don't have the rights to the live shot at the moment, unfortunately. But the workers were up on scaffolding, but they're not on the scaffolding anymore. I don't know if there's some sort of like lightning situation or something there, but I am looking at the live shot right this second, and there's no workers on the scaffolding there. Just so you know. I'll keep you updated on that. I mean, I don't know that I'll get any live footage that I can show you at this point, but if I do, I will put it right up there, but I don't have it at the moment. Then Unleashed Flute says UFC event going on at... There's a news conference at the Lincoln Memorial, which is happening right now. That's a good point for our viewers. There is a news conference about the UFC happening at the Lincoln Memorial right now, which I'm not going to play. It looks like maybe UFC fighters are talking. But that is true that they are out there doing that. By the way, a quick thank you to Velibor Vucetic. Velibor Vucetic, who says Trump must finish the job. Thank you, Velibor. Much appreciated. Also, thank you to Jeff TE88PFCR for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Also, Hannah Banana, thanks so much. And Todd USA, thanks for being a member. Now, let's talk about Tren de Aragua. I wonder if the U.S. military is Pete Hegseth going to make a statement about this? Nothing. I don't see anything from Pete Hegseth. Southern Command, I don't see. Southern Command hasn't even posted about this. They haven't even reposted Trump's post about it yet. Oh, so here's something about the person who was killed. Again, President Trump says that the U.S. has carried out a strike in Venezuela. Now, he doesn't literally say in Venezuela, but that's certainly implied because he says that it was carried out the action was coordinated closely with our friends in Venezuela, and he said Tren de Aragua terrorists no longer have safe haven in Venezuela or anywhere else in the world. So the clear implication is that the U.S. military carried out an airstrike in Venezuela that killed the leader of Tren de Aragua. Mr. Bigley says, in conjunction, yes, basically says it was in that country. I don't know if it's intentional that President Trump didn't explicitly say it was in Venezuela, but certainly that is clearly implied by what he said. Just to show you here, this is from a State Department site about Niño Guerrero, leader of foreign terrorist organization designated Tren de Aragua. And they say, this is before tonight, the U.S. Department of State is offering 3 rewards totaling up to $12 million for information leading to the arrests and or convictions. They don't say to his killing, mind you. The reward is for the arrests and or convictions of the three leaders of Tren de Aragua, transnational criminal organization, including up to $5 million for Hector Rustenford Guerrero Flores, aka Niño Guerrero. The reward offers are in support of the FBI's joint effort with the Colombian National Police to target leaders of Tren de Aragua. Now again, the strike tonight was in Venezuela, according to what Trump posted. He said nothing about Colombia. Tren de Aragua, originally a prison gang in the Aragua state of Venezuela, has grown into a transnational criminal organization led by Hector Guerrero Flores, aka Niño Guerrero. Guerrero spent many years incarcerated at the Tocarón prison in the Aragua state of Venezuela. During his time there, Guerrero expanded the influence of Tren de Aragua from extorting prison inmates and bribing prison guards to assuming overall control of the Tocarón prison, as well as control of the gold mines in Bolivar State, drug corridors on the Caribbean coast, as well as some of the clandestine border crossings between Venezuela and Colombia. Hang on a second here. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Give me about 15 seconds here. Okay, now, so we're following Iran updates here. We're following this new story about an airstrike in Venezuela killing the head of the international gang and U.S. foreign terrorist organization designated Tren de Aragua. President Trump just announcing this tonight. Hang on one second here. All right, sorry. Hang on. So we're keeping updates on these things. If I do somehow get live footage back from the Kennedy Center, I will put it up, but I don't have that right now. Hectate says that's a big takedown. I think I need to say leader of, because it's not, he's like the one. What is that? What did they say? They called him. Yeah, he is the leader. According to the US State Department, he was the leader. What did I just do here? Hang on one second here. Give me one moment. I got to fix something here. Okay, we're back. Kids coach says, I believe Obama carried out over 300 drone strikes in multiple countries, including one on an American citizen. Well, I mean, it is true that other administrations have carried out drone strikes in different countries. However, so I think that there's a sensitivity to carrying out drone strikes, say in Latin American countries, that that there might not have been in carrying. I mean, depending on the person, but there's different considerations and different politics and possibly different legal considerations, depending on what country you're carrying out a strike in and the reason for carrying it out. So I don't believe it's common for the US military to be carrying out strikes assassinating drug lords in other countries, in Latin American countries. I'm not telling you whether you should support it or not. I'm just saying I don't know that that's a common thing. Wall Street says especially for narcotics violence. Gemini says it has it has historically not been common for decades. The U.S. treated international drug trafficking strictly as a law enforcement issue. Yeah, so there's an article from Georgetown School of Foreign Service from January, okay, by Ara Friedman. And that article says this has been, uh, well, maritime drug smuggling on the waters off the coast of Latin America has historically been treated as a law enforcement issue. So I don't know if there's a similar thing with this. Again, I don't recall this happening that much, but I'm not an expert on this. I want to take some more comments. Let me just see if there are updates on this stories I can give you updates on. But this is just breaking news tonight. I have an update. So Reuters says, hang on. Here's an update from Reuters. Oopsie. Trump says U.S. military strike killed leader of Venezuela's Tren de Aragua gang. And again, the implication, he didn't explicitly say it, but given what he said in his post, that it implied that the strike was carried out in Venezuela. President Trump on Friday said U.S. forces carried out a strike that killed Hector Rustenford Guerrero Flores, also known as Niño Guerrero, the leader of Venezuelan prison gang Tren de Aragua. He said this action was coordinated closely with our friends in Venezuela, with whom we are working very well. He did not specify when the strike took place. Now, another question I have. This might sound like a crazy question. Was this something that was meant to be announced today? Or was it meant to be announced ever? I mean, I'd be surprised if they weren't going to announce it ever. I don't know if it's expected to be announced tonight. And we don't know when exactly it happened. Venezuela's information ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The Trump administration has repeatedly targeted Guerrero and other leaders of the Tren de Aragua organization with sanctions over alleged involvement in criminal activities such as illicit drug smuggling, human trafficking, and money laundering. The State Department has designated Tren de Aragua a foreign terrorist organization. Trump has claimed that Tren de Aragua coordinated its U.S. activities with the Venezuelan government of President Maduro. The Trump administration has cited the alleged connection to justify deporting some immigrants in the U.S. to a maximum security prison in El Salvador. The White House, the Pentagon, and U.S. Southern Command did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Crazy Canuck says probably needed to confirm they got the right guy. Give me a moment here. Oh, I can play the video in, sorry. I can play the video on repeat for you, just to, it's not graphic. I mean, it's what's happening inside would be graphic, but the actual video itself, in and of itself, is not a graphic video. Let me show you. Bear with me for a second. All right, here's the video. I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now. Oops. In a second, I'll put it on the screen for you. We'll take some comments. Here is the video. Darkmore says new video to prove it. Hidden in the wires thinks the U.S. is becoming a rogue state. Who else executes citizens on foreign soil? Yeah, now compared to the one difference between these and the strikes on the alleged drug boats is that it's true that this is not coming in international waters. This is, from everything we've seen, in Venezuela. Miss Victoria says Trump rock. Sabra says all about power. Midtown Mike says they put the current administration into power in Venezuela. What are they going to say? J-Bomb says, is Maduro snitching? Martinez Mechanical says, all good things Trump is accomplishing. Pumbaa says, trust us, bro, diplomacy. Devil Doc thinks this is good news. By the way, again, I don't have the rights right now to show you the live shot of the Kennedy Center. Workers had gone away for a while. They are back at the Kennedy Center on the ground. They have until 11:50. They have about 2 hours to remove Trump's name from the Kennedy Center due to a court order. Sunshine says, you believe anything they tell you. Oh, you can. I just noticed, you guys probably saw this. You can see a missile fly in from the left, right? Here, look. Right there. Look at the bottom left. Bottom left. See the bottom left? You actually see it fly in. There it is right there. Right there. That's it. That's it right there. There it is right there. Bacon Fart says war criminals. Nightwiz says it may be a glide bomb. It doesn't have to be a missile. Well, some sort of strike from the air. Davina says crazy shot. Thank you, by the way, to AZ Intel's dad. Give me a moment here. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad, for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Jeff TE88 PFCR. Also, Karen in Canada. Karen says, congrats, America. Your president killed someone in a foreign country tonight, so you didn't notice his name removal or a failed plan. I guess a failed peace plan. Is that what you're saying? Thank you also, Door1Z from the UK. And give me a moment here. Oh, update. Oh no. I missed this before. Hey guys, I missed this before. While we were talking about this, new announcement about Iran from US CENTCOM. New announcement about Iran. 26 minutes ago. Iran launched multiple one-way attack drones in an attempt to strike commercial ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces have downed all of them in recent hours as traffic flow through the strait continues unimpeded. The international trade corridor remains open for transit, they say. Now, President Trump had announced a couple days ago that the U.S. military had, for a month or so, been secretly basically escorting ships through the, however you define escorting, but had been using their military to get ships safely through secretly, a number of ships. But I believe the number was something like, what was it, like 200 in a month or something like that? So it wasn't, the numbers going through were not the numbers going through were not back up to what had been going through the before the war started. I have to go back and check on the statistics there, but the U.S. military claims that the corridor remains open for transit. Iran says it's closed. I think it was roughly 130 a day going both ways, ships. Anyways, we'll have more on that, but I want to let you know that was posted. We're gonna, as we'll talk about more, there's reports that there could be a deal. President Trump has said there will be a deal in the coming days, but we're going to have to see. We'll talk about that in a second. But I wanted to update you on that. And oh, I didn't know this. Hold on. One of our viewers mentioned this. So this happened. One of our viewers mentioned this. Thanks to Eric Anderson. Thanks for your support, Eric, and for mentioning this. So this happened. So there's this new model, AI model from Anthropic, one of the major AI developers, called Claude Fable 5. And Anthropic says that Claude Fable 5 is Anthropic's most capable, widely released model. They call it their most capable, widely released model. Okay? And it was released 3 days ago. So tonight, Claude developers said, as a result of a U.S. government directive, we are suspending access to Claude Fable 5 for all users. You can continue to use all other Claude models. Here's what this means for you. Across Claude products, new sessions will run on your selected default model or Opus 4.8. Existing Fable 5 sessions will end with an error. On the Claude platform, requests to Fable 5 will also return an error. We know this is a disruption to you and your workflows. We appreciate your patience and support. Anthropic, about an hour ago, said the U.S. government, citing national security authorities, has issued an export control directive to suspend all access to Fable 5 and Mythos 5 by any foreign national, whether inside or outside the United States, including foreign national Anthropic employees. And then Anthropic said, well, we're suspending access to this new widely released model for all users. So I'm going to try to get you more about this. And then one of our viewers had mentioned with the Anthropic and the U.S. military. So this was since January 2026, the U.S. Department of Defense has conflicted with the AI company Anthropic over the use of its products for military purposes and mass domestic surveillance. I don't know if that dispute has anything to do with this new development. I'm just hearing about this right now. But that news is just coming out tonight. Oh, here's what Anthropic says. Again, Fable 5 was released 3 days ago, and that is Anthropic's most capable, widely released model, Anthropic says. Statement on the U.S. government directive to suspend access to Fable 5 and Mythos 5. And then Mythos 5 is another new. It's Mythos 5 is Anthropic's most capable model for cybersecurity and the sciences. That's from an AWS webpage. Okay, so the U.S. government, citing national security authorities, has issued an export control directive to suspend all access to these two major new AI models from Anthropic, Fable 5 and Mythos 5, by any foreign national, whether inside or outside the United States, including foreign national Anthropic employees. So that would mean that Anthropic would have to cut off everyone who's not a U.S. citizen, even if they're working for Anthropic in the United States, from having access to these models. The net effect of this order is that we must abruptly disable both of these models for all of our customers to ensure compliance. Access to other Anthropic models will not be affected. Wow. Seems like this suddenly they had to shut off access to these models tonight, guys. We received the directive from the government today at 5:21 p.m. Eastern Time. The letter did not provide specific details of its national security concern. Our understanding is that the government believes it has become aware of a method of bypassing or jailbreaking Fable 5. We received a demonstration of this specific technique being used to identify a small number of previously known minor vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities all appear relatively simple, And we have found that other publicly available models are able to discover them as well without requiring a bypass. All right, I'm going to post a link to this. To date, the government has only given us verbal evidence of a potential narrow, non-universal jailbreak, which essentially consists of asking the model to read a specific code base and fix any software flaws. We disagree that the finding of a narrow potential jailbreak should be cause for recalling a commercial model deployed to hundreds of millions of people. If this standard was applied across the industry, we believe it would essentially halt all new model deployments for all frontier model providers. We apologize for this disruption to our customers. We believe this is a misunderstanding and are working to restore access as soon as possible. Now, I'm not an AI expert, but this is two major Anthropic models. Two of their big major ones, and I believe Fable 5 is their recent widespread. How do they describe Fable 5 once again? They describe Fable 5 as their new state-of-the-art model. Their most capable, widely released model. It's their top-of-the-line, widely released model, Fable 5. And Mythos is again, it's their most capable model for cybersecurity and life sciences. So they have suddenly cut it off tonight. Both things. They have cut off everybody's access to both of these models. Sorry, we weren't even, I'm just mentioning that because I just saw it. Roy says Mythos equals Fable. Well, it's not the exact same thing, right? But I don't know the specifics there. Just a few days ago, these were released, though. Felix Reisberg of Anthropic had posted 3 days ago. Today we're introducing Claude Fable 5 and Mythos 5, two configurations of our next major language model. Jashto thinks Fable is Mythos with guardrails attached. So you don't ask about biology and other related dangerous topics? That's what Jashto thinks. All right, anyways. Mike from Jersey says, my wife got cut off right in the middle of using it. Roy says, it's same model, different system prompts, guardrails. All right, anyways, we're going to talk more about that too. But I just found out about that. The Wall Street Journal says that the Trump administration has banned foreign governments, companies, and individuals from using Anthropic's most powerful AI tools, which made the country shut off access to both of them for everyone. And the Wall Street Journal says that this is one of the most powerful examples yet of U.S. government intervention in the AI race. One other thing that the journal, Wall Street Journal, says is that governments and companies worldwide, they say, have been using Mythos to identify and patch software vulnerabilities, and now for temporarily that work would have to stop. and it could have this stoppage could have far-reaching implications on cybersecurity. A lot of Friday night news. By the way, workers at the Kennedy Center are now on the scaffolding again. They have a deadline of 11:59 p.m. to take Trump's name off of the Kennedy Center. I do apologize. I still don't have access to any footage of that I can use. AP and Reuters had cameras up there earlier today, and I think because of the weather, they took their cameras away and they haven't brought their cameras back. So I don't have access that I can use. We also need to talk about the Iran deal stuff. I haven't even really gotten to that much. By the way, thanks to Dustin Does Stuff 374, who says you can't put the AI genie back in the bottle. Thanks Stephen Brianez for your support. Thanks Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thanks Mr. H, who says parking lot Carg Island and let's move on to Cuba already. And also, I want to thank our moderators who are here. Sorry, there's a bunch going on, so I want to make sure we get to a bunch of different things. I'd like to talk more about that AI story too. And get into some more of the details of that. But we got the Venezuela story to talk about and also the Iran story to talk about. A bunch happening. Hey, thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates. Kristen Gates, thanks so much for your support. I appreciate that. Also, Barker J. Rohr, Fahi for subscribing on Twitch. Kendra Fox, thank you. Sandra's 42 Library for subscribing on Twitch, thank you. Rez Junglist for your support on Twitch. And again, Kendra Fox again. Hey, shout out to our moderators. Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Big thank you. Linda Belt, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks. On YouTube, thanks to our moderators there. Haley Girl, Ruth, Beth Mythical, thank you. And on Facebook, our moderators over there. Give me a moment. Just a lot going on for Friday night. Again, oopsie. Again. Hey, shout out to our moderators. Charlotte Webb is moderating. Darren Charlo. Hey, thanks Sophie Coretta for subscribing over there. And Kristen McConnell Gates. Hang on here. Cardiac Fishing says crazy night. I think we should. All right, let me just check if there's any updates on the story about Venezuela. And then we'll talk about, then we're going to talk about Iran. Okay, so in case you missed it, President Trump announced tonight that the U.S. has, his announcement suggested that this strike was in Venezuela. He didn't explicitly say that, but the announcement itself implies that the U.S. killed the leader of Tren de Aragua, Niño Guerrero, with a strike. The U.S. military The U.S. military did this with a strike in Venezuela. All right, hold on a moment here. No, the leader. The leader. And it's not, he's the leader of, it's a little weird because the headline makes it sound like it's Tren de Aragua in Venezuela. It's the leader of Tren de Aragua. And the strike was in Venezuela. So I'm trying to make it less ambiguous in the headline. In Venezuela strike. Okay. So Trump said, at my direction, the United States Southern Command delivered a swift and lethal kinetic strike to successfully execute Niño Guerrero, the infamous leader of Tren de Aragua, one of the most bloodthirsty terrorist organizations on planet Earth, he says. Before I returned to office, he says, Joe Biden opened our southern border to millions of illegal criminals and allowed this foreign army to rape, maim, and murder American citizens with total impunity. During my campaign, I pledged to expel these monsters from our country and bring justice to the families of those that they slaughtered, including the precious 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungare, 22-year-old Laken Riley, and countless other beautiful souls. With this action, the United States military has brought retribution for them, their families, and their loved ones. And again, this is not like a law enforcement action. Well, this is the military carrying this out. Just to be clear, this is not like domestic law enforcement. This is the U.S. military. Early in my administration, I delivered on my promise to designate Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization, deport thousands of evil criminals, and wage war against the cartels who have long been, he says, waging war against our citizens, who, while weak leaders left America helpless and defensive. This action was coordinated closely with our friends in Venezuela, with whom we are working very well. As a result, Tren de Aragua terrorists no longer have safe haven in Venezuela or anywhere else, and under my leadership, we will find these vicious murderers and drugs lords anytime, any place, and send them to the depths of hell where they belong. God bless America. Hang on a moment here. And here is the video that he posted. And you can see the projectile coming in from the left. Oopsie, that all got messed up. You could see it until I got rid of it. Let's get that back on the screen for you. Oh, did Hexeth post about it? Summer Roses said Hexeth posted about it. Let me check. Yes, Pete Hegseth posted about it. I missed this. Sorry, I was behind on this. Secretary of War Hegseth says, Earlier this week, the Department of War, in full collaboration with Venezuelan security forces, conducted a kinetic strike on a Tren de Aragua compound in Venezuela. TDA founder and leader Hector Rustenford Guerrero Flores, aka Niño Guerrero, was confirmed killed during the strike. Earlier this week, the operation underscores the shared U.S. and Venezuelan commitment to take the fight to what he calls narco-terrorists and deny them any safe haven in our hemisphere. We will continue to work closely with security partners like Venezuela and countries in the Americas counter-cartel coalition partners to take the fight to our enemies. Yes, earlier this week is what he said. Kyle Hamill says, I'm not worried about bad guys expiring. I'm worried about the rule of law expiring. Six Bones says, leave it on replay for cope and tears. CRT says, it's an assassination. Lizzie Fox says, beautiful. Michelle Batten says, I can't believe that bombing on that house. Hang on a moment here. Our viewer, Midtown Mike, says, so this happened a few days ago and Trump talks about it today. Yeah, I don't know why specifically it was talked about today. I mean, maybe today is when they confirmed he was killed. I do not know. Oh, Stephen Miller, presidential advisor, deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller posted about this. And Stephen Miller says, I am your justice, I am your retribution. That's from Stephen Miller. OP thinks it's to take, one of our viewers, OP Wantube thinks it's to take attention off the Kennedy Center. President Trump in 2023, I believe, said, for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. He also said, I am your warrior, I am your justice. It was at the, Gemini says he said that at the CPAC speech in Maryland on 2023. And he said, in 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today I add, I am your warrior, I am your justice. And for those who've been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. Dag Heels says, definitely sounds like a Iran deal is imminent. I don't know if Dag Heels is being sarcastic or not. Associated Press says regarding the Venezuela thing, hold on, I can pull this up here. Here, look. Hang on. Trump says U.S. military strike killed leader of Tren de Aragua gang with help from Venezuela. Tren de Aragua has been labeled by the U.S. as a terrorist organization. Guerrero Flores was charged in a New York federal court with racketeering, conspiracy, and other crimes, including lending support to terrorists in crimes that stretched more than a decade, authorities announced in December. U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton said at the time that the gang is responsible for countless acts of violence, extortion, and drug trafficking in North America, South America, and Europe. Trump nominated Clayton on Thursday to be Director of National Intelligence. The U.S. State Department had offered rewards of up to $5 million for information leading to Guerrero Flores' arrest. Trump has taken a series of extraordinary actions against Tren de Aragua, including a series of strikes on small boats his administration has accused of smuggling drugs to America. At least 207 people have been killed in boat strikes by the U.S. military in the Eastern Pacific and Caribbean Sea since the Trump administration began targeting those it calls narco-terrorists in early September. Trump and administration officials have consistently blamed Tren de Aragua for being at the root of the violence and illicit drug dealing that plague some U.S. citizens. The president spent months repeating the claim, contradicted, says AP, by a declassified U.S. intelligence assessment, that Tren de Aragua had operated under Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's control. The U.S. whisked Maduro out of Venezuela to face drug charges in the U.S. in January. AP says Tren de Aragua originated more than a decade ago at an infamously lawless prison with hardened criminals in Venezuela's central state of Aragua. The gang has expanded in recent years as millions of Venezuelans migrated to Latin American countries, other Latin American countries, or the U.S. in search of better living conditions. Guerrero Flores returned to the prison in Aragua for murder and other convictions in 2013 when Venezuela's crisis began as corruption, mismanagement, and a drop in crude prices wrecked the oil-dependent economy. Guerrero Flores and a few other inmates saw a profitable opportunity as the government neglected prisons. They assumed control and administration of that prison, establishing a system that controlled the entire inmate population through force and extortion. Over time, they transformed that prison into a sort of city that included a zoo, baseball field, casino, and restaurants. Guerrero Flores had his own lavish suite. The size of Tren de Aragua is unclear. Countries with large populations of Venezuelan migrants, including Peru and Colombia, have accused the group of being behind a spree of violence in the region. Still, unlike other criminal organizations from Colombia, Central America, and Brazil, Tren de Aragua has no large-scale involvement in smuggling cocaine across international borders, according to Insight Crime, a think tank that tracks crime across Latin America. AP says, in Venezuela, gang leaders have long been known to participate in various illegal activities, including gold mining. Trump campaigned for a second term, promising to crack down on immigration and crime. While polls show his favorability ratings have sagged on his handling of the economy, immigration remains his strongest issue, according to the AP Nork Center for Public Affairs Research. Wake Riders says, remember what happened every other time we were close to an Iran deal. We're going to talk more about Iran in a second. Yes, workers are up on the scaffolding at the Kennedy Center, but they have not yet taken the Trump name down. But there's a deadline of midnight. Again, I very much apologize. Both AP and Reuters had cameras there earlier, and I guess because of weather, they removed their cameras. So I do not have a feed that I have the rights to show you of that at this point, unfortunately. But the workers are they're getting up on the scaffolding, but they have not taken down his name yet. Stephen Broman thinks it will not be done by midnight because they're still working on the scaffolding. You might be right, Stephen. I don't know. I think Reuters is supposed to have a camera back there at 1 a.m. So, who knows? Maybe they'll get out there a little early, Reuters, and get their camera set up a little earlier. That'd be nice. I think we should talk about Iran some. It's one of the things we've been wanting to talk about during the stream. And I'll keep an eye, and hopefully maybe we can get footage at some point before the letters come down. I'd love to be able to show you that. But at the moment, I don't have it. Bear with me for a second here. Oh, let me just show you one more thing about, let me just mention one more thing about the Venezuela story with the U.S. military launching a strike that killed the leader of Tren de Aragua. So I want to mention this. If you give me 2 seconds here. Now here's the AP headline. Now the Washington Post says a person familiar with the attack said Joint Special Operations Command forces carried out the strike with a missile, and that the CIA worked with Venezuelan forces on the ground during the operation. The attack, if it occurred inside Venezuelan territory, which I think Pete Hegseth has already said it did, right? Secretary Hegseth said that this was in Venezuela. The Washington Post says this is a major step in the Trump administration's military cooperation with its former adversary, Venezuela, a government it once accused of providing a haven for Tren de Aragua members and sending them to the U.S. All right, let's talk about Iran. I keep saying this, but we're going to talk about Iran, about what's going on with that. Now, let me show you some posts that came out today. Let's talk about some of these reports about Iran. Now, remember, this talk of a new deal being close started with President Trump yesterday. So remember, yesterday in the morning. If I can get this on the screen. Yesterday at 8:22 a.m., Trump said this. He said, the U.S. will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and other forms of defense, together with most of its offensive capability, are gone. He said, we will be hitting them very hard tonight. This was Thursday morning. At some point in the not too distant future, we will be taking Karg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control over their oil and gas markets, much like we have with Venezuela, which is working out brilliantly for both Venezuela and the USA. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So this was yesterday morning. That was yesterday morning. Let me update the headline here. Okay, so he posted that yesterday in the morning. But then, that was 8:22 a.m. Then he posted hours later. Then he posted, what exact time would he post this? Let's see here. Okay, he posted at 1:28 p.m. So about 5 hours later. About 5 hours later, he posted, based on the fact that discussions with Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as President of the United States of America, canceled the scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran this evening. Discussions and final points have been, in both concept and great detail, approved by all the parties involved, including the U.S., Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. The naval blockade will remain in full force and effect until this transaction is finalized. Time and place of the signing to be announced shortly. That's what he said yesterday at 1:28 p.m. Okay. Then today, Trump said, so Iran, last night, overnight, Iranian state media came out. I think it was Mer News. And they said, there was a report in Iranian state media about what the deal was. And we can maybe look at that in a second. But basically, the deal that was reported in Iranian state media was very, very favorable for Iran. Kind of read like an Iranian wish list. So there was a bunch about that talk overnight. And then this morning, President Trump said, the terms that Iran leaked out to the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing. What they said, including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. Very dishonorable people to deal with. He's talking about Iran. With them, there is no such thing as dealing in good faith. Amazing! Also, their totally rebuffed drone attack last night, against Indian ships leaving the Hormuz Strait, is totally unacceptable. They better get their act together and fast. That's from President Trump. Then we heard, just updating you here, meanwhile, we also heard from the Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi. He said, and President Trump actually reposted this. This is 11 hours ago, 10:52 a.m. The Iranian foreign minister said the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding, again, we don't know what that says, has never been closer. Pending its finalization, the media should refrain from entering speculation about its content. In line with our responsible and transparent approach, all details will be shared with the public in due course. Okay, so that was from him. And then also, I believe Trump had said that there was going to be he thought there was going to be a Europe signing. He was in the Oval Office yesterday and he said, I'll try to get you the quote here. Give me a second here. I have it right here, I think. Here. Yes. So yesterday, Trump said in the Oval Office, we just made a great settlement of the war in Iran and will be subject to finalization of documents. We should get done over the next few days. Probably have a signing, maybe in Europe, and great thing. Okay, so he said that. He said, should be done and should be done pretty quickly. They wanted every bit as much as everybody else wants. He said the strait will officially be open as soon as we sign, which could be sent very soon, maybe over the weekend in Europe, he said yesterday. I won't be able to be there, but JD will be there, Vice President and some of the people. Steve Witkoff did a great job, Jared. Now, so he said that yesterday. Now, today though, as Margaret Brennan reported, she's the moderator of Face the Nation. She pointed out that the Iranian foreign minister Araghchi announced on Iranian state television that there would be a remote signing in the next few days. He said, once this memorandum of understanding is signed by both parties, it will be announced and that will be it. He also said all details of the nuclear program would be discussed after the memorandum or letter of intent was signed. These are all these updates from the last couple of days. I'm just going over these updates. Also, here's another update from today. Where's the one about the 85%? Yes, Barak Ravid reports, and I believe other outlets had this as well. A U.S. official in a briefing with reporters today said, we do expect to be signing this agreement with Iran over the next few days. We assess it at 85%, but not 100%. We feel very good about the deal. We are not quite at the finish line, but we are very close. All right, so I gotta take some comments from you guys on this. Maybe we'll do a poll. Maybe we'll do a poll on whether there'll actually be a deal. Reuters says Iran peace deal looms while new military action flares near Strait of Hormuz. Sports Hulk says this time it's going to happen, said Trump. James Foster says a bad deal is much worse than no deal. Andy in Austin says, I heard they were going to meet in Switzerland on Sunday. I have not heard that. Sean E53 says, it seems like Iran wants war. Ryan says, I don't believe it at all. Logical Fool says, sounds like market manipulation to juice the SpaceX IPO. I do want to mention oil prices, by the way. Hold on. Somebody had said that before. You haven't even shown that yet. So the last couple days, oil has gone way down. Look at this. This is the last few days. I think this is maybe where President Trump was in the Oval Office and talked about it. This is Brent crude oil. You see how at this point it's like 80. It was around 89. This was today. I want 5 days. That was wrong because that's today. This is 5 days. So this is right there. Yeah, right around, see this drop right here? I believe that's right around when President Trump posted on Truth Social and said, because in the morning he said there was going to be this big attack on Iran. And then on around 1 p.m. or so, he said on Truth Social that he called the attack off and that a peace deal was really close and he expected it to be signed in the next few days. I think that's that big drop right there. So you can see it was up about 93, 94, Brent crude. And since then, it has dropped to 86.79. That's from tradingview.com. And I'm sure it's similar here. This is a 5-day chart for WTI US crude. Same thing. I think that's right there. That big drop is probably when Trump posted on True Social. But it was up about 91 and now it's at 84.28. JT Sog says successfully manipulated, now back to the bombs. Noel Gilliland thinks there will be no deal. You can go to tradingview.com to see these prices, by the way. Cravon says, nice going on a trip this weekend. I believe it takes a few days for the oil prices to be reflected in the gas prices. So I don't know if there's going to be a quick adjustment based on that. Let's see what you guys think about whether there will be a deal. One moment here. We're going to do a poll in a second. Cavitate says, big drop, good. Foul Owl says, can't wait for the strikes on Sunday night. Hey, a quick update. Again, I'm so sorry I don't have video of it. It's kind of crazy, but I don't have video still of it, of the Kennedy Center. Seems strange, but that's just the way it is. So I can see a video, but I don't have anything I have the rights to show you. So at the Kennedy Center, the workers are still building scaffolding there, and they're a little bit below Trump's name. They have not reached up to Trump's name yet. So technically they have about an hour and 7 minutes to get Trump's name off the building. I don't know if they're going to meet the deadline. Again, I'm sorry. It just, again, I believe it was a weather thing today, and AP and Reuters removed their cameras. They had them earlier. So it's unfortunate. But I'll keep an eye out. Maybe we'll get some coverage. Now, let's do a poll. Will there be a deal by Iran deal by end of next week. Yes or no? That's going to be the question. Iran deal by end of next week. I am posting the poll right now. If I can find everything here. Where is... What happened to my page? There we go. Our viewer, Stephen Parmy, says this is no game. When it hits, it will hit hard. Right, I just posted the poll on Twitch. Now I am posting it on Facebook. His name needs to come off the building because a judge ruled that only Congress can change the name of the Kennedy Center. All right, I believe I now have the poll posted everywhere. Let's take a quick look at you guys thinking about the poll. Here's you guys thinking about the poll. And then voting. So let's see what you voted. Let's see how you voted on this. Now, what I need to do is do it this way. Oops. Okay, here it is. Oops. All right. So I am putting it up on the screen right now. On YouTube, the viewers say 84% say no on YouTube. 84%. On Facebook, 67% say no. On Twitch, 80% say no. Our viewership is skeptical. Mr. Barnsworth says 39th time is the charm. Shonley says no deal, he needs 2 weeks. Oh, I didn't mention Pakistan. John Doe Radio mentioned Pakistan. Yeah, I was going through this this update of what all these updates of what people have been posting about this. I didn't show you the Pakistani Prime Minister, what he posted. Look at what the Pakistani Prime Minister posted. About 11 hours ago. The Pakistani Prime Minister said, Shahbaz Sharif, amid ongoing intense mediation efforts by Pakistan, we are fully aware of incessant misinformation campaign being waged by those who want to sabotage the peace deal. Setting aside the noise, we can confirm that a final agreed-upon text of the peace deal has been reached, he said, and Pakistan is now working closely with both sides to finalize the next steps. Peace has never been this close as it is now, he says. That was 11 hours ago. Chaba Sama thinks he said that 10 times before. Reepso says, I hope there's a deal, but I won't hold my breath. Donda thinks Pakistan is lying. Now, one of our viewers, Corker, thinks the deal is only a 60-day pause. So we don't know what's in the deal. I was just about to say, though, something I was going to say, thanks, Corker, for reminding me, is I have no idea if there's going to be a deal. As I've told you guys, I'm at the point where I will believe a deal is signed when there's a deal actually signed. To say nothing of the deal actually being implemented after it's signed. But I will say, if there's a deal that is signed, it could basically just be an extension of the ceasefire. I mean, you know, if they can't agree on the major things, there could be a version of the deal which is just like some sort of, we're going to keep the ceasefire going and we're going to talk during the next 60 days. That could be all it says, something like that. I have no idea. So just because there's a deal doesn't tell you what's in the deal. Victoria Galloway says, I will not hold my breath. Mark F says, a deal to talk about a deal. Neil says, remind us of the original aims of all of this. Shaq Nagy thinks Iran has absolutely no incentive to make a deal. I mean, in theory, one incentive would be if they got funds out of a deal. I don't know if they would. I'm going to show you what Iran posted last night, Iranian state media. By the way, thanks for voting in our poll. So again, people quite skeptical about... most of our viewers do not think there will be a deal by the end of next week. Now, where is... hang on a moment here. By the way, thanks to Andy Crabtree for your support. Thank you, Andy Crabtree 9780. Also, Shawnee53 for being a member. Thanks, Shawnee53. And yeah, Andy Crabtree again. Thank you, Andy Crabtree. I appreciate that. Also, Rizzo for the gift memberships. Thank you so much, Rizzo. That's very nice of you. Dustin Does Stuff. Thank you as well. Now, I want to show you. First of all, let me make sure there's not any updates here. Oh, okay, guys, just to update you. And again, I'm really annoyed about this, the way it's worked out, because I would say 95 times out of 100, I would have footage I could show you. It's a very strange thing today where the news agencies, they had cameras at the Kennedy Center. Then the cameras went away, I think, for the weather, and they're not back there yet. So there's no footage of the Kennedy Center I have the rights to show you. But I can tell you, workers have reached up. You can find footage online, different places. I don't have the rights to take it. I can't steal it. But workers are now at the level of the Donald Trump name at the Kennedy Center. The top line says the Donald J. Trump and. Workers are on the scaffolding, and it looks like they're just about to start taking those letters off for his name. That's been ordered by a judge, saying there's a judge's ruling that that Congress would have to change the name, otherwise it could not be changed. So again, you can look. It's crazy that there's no footage from the news agencies. It's very odd, but it's just the way it is. So it looks like they're just about to take the names down. And I'll even tell you, I'm going to tell you where you can look for the footage. I think Midas Touch had his feed. C-SPAN is live there. The Bulwark Online has a feed on YouTube. So you can go to YouTube and see it. Yeah, C-SPAN is there on YouTube. Jim Acosta is there. MS Now on YouTube. So hang on. So that's happening. That's just about to happen now. But again, I don't have the rights to use the footage. I'd like to be able to show you the footage. But I can't. I bet I'll have footage later that I can show you. All right. So again, if you want to see that, you can go on YouTube to places like C-SPAN and see the footage. I thought it might happen hours ago, but it's taken a while. Now, I was going to show you what was posted by Iran last night. That I wanted to show you. That was quite something. It's what Trump said was fake, was false. All right, I'm going to show you what Mayor News posted. Oh, something else, by the way. The foreign minister Aragchi today said in an interview, let me just show you this. Said on Iranian television, on Mehr News. Look, the foreign minister said, Iran's frozen assets will be released according to the memorandum of understanding. Now, I don't think that's something that President Trump necessarily wants to do. So I would be pretty surprised if I understand why Iran wants it. But I mean, it seems like one of the big problems is that Iran wants money before making big concessions, whereas the U.S. wants them to make big concessions before getting money. But that's from today. So he also said a reconstruction plan has been put in place to compensate Iran. He also said the memorandum of understanding is less than 2 pages long. I'm going to tell you some more about what he said, but let me show you what last night Mehr News said. If I can pull it up here. It's quite something. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I have to go back. Sorry, they've been posting a lot, so I have to go back and find their post from the morning. I think around... here it is. Here it is. I found the Mirror News post. Okay, so check this out. This was overnight. Oh, by the way, and again, just to update you, the workers are just about to start taking the Trump name off of the Kennedy Center. Okay, so you can see this was Mirror News, Iran state media, early this morning. They said the details of this draft are as follows. And again, this kind of reads like an Iranian wish list. And President Trump claimed that this was fake. President Trump said that this was not true. The details of the draft are as follows. 1. Permanent and immediate cessation of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. So no more attacks on Iran and no more attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon, including by Israel. 2. America's interference America's commitment to non-interference in Iran's internal affairs and respect for the sovereignty of Iran. 3. Complete lifting of the naval blockade within 30 days. 4. America's commitment to withdrawing its forces from around Iran. Doesn't say when. 5. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days with Iranian arrangements. What does with Iranian arrangements mean? 6. Suspension of sanctions on the sale of oil, petrochemical products, and derivatives on Iran, and full access for Iran to its financial resources. I guess anything that's been frozen. 7. The need for the U.S. and its allies to present reconstruction plans for Iran worth at least $300 billion. 8. 60 days of negotiations to reach a final agreement based on nuclear issues and the complete lifting of primary, secondary U.S. sanctions and resolutions of the UN Security Council and the Board of Governors of the International Atomic Energy Agency. 9. Reiterating Iran's commitment in the NPT not to produce nuclear weapons. So they say what they said before they said. 10. During the negotiations, the U.S. has committed to not increase its forces in the region and will not impose new sanctions. 11. Release $24 billion in blocked Iranian funds during the 60-day period of final negotiations. Half of this amount must be made available to Iran before the negotiations begin. 12. Establishing a monitoring mechanism to implement the agreement. 13. The final agreement will be improved by a UN Security Council resolution. 14. The final negotiations will not begin before the release of half of Iran's frozen funds, the suspension of Iran's oil sanctions, and the lifting of the naval blockade. The final agreement will be made solely on the fate of enriched materials and enrichment, the lifting of sanctions, and the Iranian economic reconstruction program. Discussions about Iran's missile program and support for resistance groups have been definitely removed from the entire agenda. So look, this obviously would seem like a very favorable deal for Iran. But that's what Iran state media claimed early this morning the details were, which President Trump ended up denying today. Davina says no deal. Time Tripper says that will never happen. No. Yea, thy YouTube, as I've said, yea, thy, thou, thee. Yea, thy, thou, thee, said, are these words from Trump? No, this is from Iranian state media in the morning. Sai Pa-man says that's completely delusional. Mr. TN says 300 billion. A ghost is watching said, who would send them 24 billion? I dislike deplorable says Trump has no choice. He lost. Blackfoot Fred says seems fair considering. Desert Darlene says not going to happen. Anyways, that's President Trump then said today, remember, about this. Remember what President Trump said today. The terms that Iran leaked out to the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing. What they said, including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. Very dishonorable people to deal with. With Iran, there is no such thing as dealing in good faith. Amazing! Also, their totally rebuffed drone attack last night against Indian ships leaving the Hormuz Strait is totally unacceptable. They better get their act together and fast. And reminder, the U.S. military later today, after Trump posted that, said that, actually this evening, the U.S. military said that Iran launched multiple one-way attack drones in an attempt to strike commercial ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces have downed all of the drones in recent hours as traffic flow through the strait continues unimpeded. The U.S. military says the international trade corridor remains open for transit. That was hours after Trump. I mean, Trump posted that in the morning, and then U.S. CENTCOM posted that tonight. B. Harris says, why is Trump giving them so much time? Purple Perp says, just pure chaos at this point. Pioneer Twins says, bombing starts again on Sunday night. I have not heard about Iran striking ships this morning. Oops, hold on a second. I messed up. Top cool. Oh, President Trump's name. Just so you know, the workers are right at President Trump's name on the Kennedy Center, and it looks like they're about to start removing the letters. Again, I apologize for not having live footage that I have the rights to. Let me just check something real quick here. Dr. McRib thinks Trump has the cards but keeps tearing them up. Looks like they're going to beat the deadline barely. The deadline is 11:59 p.m. You can go to C-SPAN on YouTube to see the shot of the workers at the Kennedy Center. Pendergast had said a few more, they're still putting up scaffolding pieces, as Pendergast had said. G. Fixler says Trump has now said we're on the verge of a deal with Iran 37 separate times it's been counted. CNN says, including the period before the ceasefire, Trump has claimed an Iran deal He's done it. Trump has said an Iran deal was right around the corner, CNN says, at least 38 times. That includes social media posts, public appearances, and phone calls with the media. That a deal was near or claimed Iran was desperate to cut one. Look, it has happened many times. I mean, we've covered it. I don't have an exact number. Oh, I do want to say a little more about what the foreign minister said. Oh, Also, see if I have any updates tonight about this claimed possible deal to happen soon. Scott Bessent told Fox News, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told Fox News today, a resolution could come as soon as this weekend or early next week. Let's take a look for a second at what the foreign minister said on Iranian TV. I was just looking at it. There were a bunch of quotes posted by Mehr News, Iranian state media, about what the Iranian foreign minister who was on Iranian TV said tonight. Let's see if I can show you some of these. Well, I'm going to tell them to you. Rather than show you, I'm going to mention some of them. I'm not going to read all of them, but he said when the foreign minister of Iran tonight on Iranian state TV said on Mehr News, state news, said that when the memorandum is finalized, we will tell the people what's in it. He says it has not been signed yet. He says 2 stages are foreseen in the negotiations. Well, actually, I can show you this. Look, here's what he says. Here are some quotes from the Iranian foreign minister, Mehr News. Arakchi, 2 stages are foreseen in the negotiations. The first is a memorandum of understanding, and then the start of negotiations. The nuclear issue and the lifting of sanctions on Iran have been postponed to the second phase, and 60 days of negotiation time have been foreseen for these issues. I mean, that sounds like there's not that many big concessions in the memorandum. Right. Also, he said, let's see. How do I pause this? Right, I got to just tell you. He also said, we will never leave Hezbollah and Lebanon alone. Okay, fine. He said, a mechanism has been considered for Iran's frozen funds. Discussion of the Strait of Hormuz and lifting the naval blockade is in the Memorandum of Understanding. When reconstruction, he's claiming there's that would be like the U.S., for example, paying money to Iran for reconstruction. When it is finalized, I will definitely provide full details and explain it point by point. He says they will pledge to not initiate war and to not use the threat or use force. Okay. He says none of the texts announced in the media have any validity and we are not in a position to confirm them. Now, look what he said. Iran and Oman will soon issue a joint statement on the management of the Strait of Hormuz. The future of the Strait of Hormuz administration will not be like the past, and no one can undermine its sovereignty. I mean, that seems like something that the U.S. is not going to like. All right. He also said the other side's nature is to break promises, and we must close the doors to breaking promises. He also said, this is from his interview, the foreign minister with Mirror News tonight. Our sword will always be present above the Strait of Hormuz, and whenever necessary, Iranian armed forces will enter the Strait of Hormuz. See if I can put this on the screen for you. Can't find it in there. Oh yeah, our sword will always be present above the Strait of Hormuz, and whenever necessary, Iranian armed forces will enter. According to international law, it is not possible to charge tolls through the Strait of Hormuz, but a service fee will be charged. And this will be established in the negotiations. Look at that. He said that tonight. Guys, he said that tonight. Riri Patton says it's the info war. Don't believe a word Iran says. Hold on a second here. Hold on. So, I want to post that. Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi to Iranian state media mayor tonight. He says, according to international law, it is not possible to charge tolls through the Strait of Hormuz, but a service fee will be charged, and this will be established in the negotiations. I mean, I think it's going to be tough for President Trump to agree with that. He says, he also said, Arakchi, talking tonight to Mirror News, two issues, lifting sanctions on Iran and nuclear issues, have been postponed until the final agreement. The enrichment and issue of enrichment and stocks of enriched material will be determined in the final agreement. Our position has always been that if 60% enriched materials are to be determined, the only way is to dilute them in Iran. We are trying to point out, he said, that the solution to the enriched materials issue will be in this direction, not removing the materials from Iran. Wow. Yeah, I mean, so look, a number of the things that he is saying tonight don't seem like things that Trump is going to be that eager to go for. So who knows what's going to happen? Glue Man says, sure, let's just take up those small issues last. Jerry Kovac says, can't leave that regime in place, none of them. The Sofa King says, we have defensive strikes, they have service fees. Hey, Jeff TE88. That's so nice of you, Jeff T88. Thanks for your support. Who says, what a small victory against all of Trump's winning. Oh, you're saying the letters? Enjoy your victory, commies. Yeah, so I don't see any of the letters removed yet at the Kennedy Center. That is going to be happening shortly due to a judge's order. Workers are up there. To repeat, I am sorry, I do not, normally I would have footage of it, but the footage is not available to me right now. Thanks, by the way, to Starburst23, who says, update menu prices Iran service charges annoying. Thanks, Donda, for your support. Thanks, AZ Intel's dad. Again, that's really nice of you, AZ Intel's dad. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, I mean, just based on what Iran is saying tonight, what the Iranian foreign minister is saying during interview night, I mean, that sounds like that's not a deal that certainly that I think the U.S. would agree to. But who knows? Oh, thanks to Firejack for mentioning this. So there's some reporting from the Wall Street Journal about the helicopter, the Apache helicopter that got shot down a few days ago near the Strait of Hormuz. So the Wall Street Journal, Lara Seligman with the Wall Street Journal says that the Apache helicopter was scanning the night sky for Iranian threats to commercial ships below shortly after 1 a.m. local time on Tuesday when the drone detonated directly in front of it. The drone's infrared guidance device landed in one of the pilot's laps, burning through part of his flight suit. What was left of the drone wedged itself inside the aircraft. The Apache landed in the water, and the two pilots got out and jumped into the water, dodging the rotor blades seconds before the helicopter sank, and floated for more than 2 hours before a remotely piloted drone boat rescued them. That's according to the Wall Street Journal tonight. I cannot confirm that, but that's what the Wall Street Journal said. Trash Can Man says, terrifying. JD63 says, sure. Hey, thanks, Donda, for the memberships and for your support. Donda, E8Q, that's so nice of you, Donda. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks, So Michi, who says, I'll take things that didn't happen for 100. Thanks, So Michi, for being a member. That information came from U.S. officials who spoke to the Wall Street Journal. Oh, wow. Gene Shalit died at 100. Rest in peace. Gene Shalit, the longtime film critic of the Today Show, died at 100. Condolences to his family. I just saw that right now. Look at this. 100. I'll show you right now. From AP. Gene Shalit, longtime Today Show movie critic with bushy hair and massive mustache, dies at 100. Jonathan Moore says, what a wonderful long life. when he left the Today Show in 2010, he was one of the last high-profile film critics on a major network. Kim from Rochester says, 100 years old, amazing. Okay, so I just wanted to mention that. I had just seen that. And condolences to his family. Uh, 151 Riley says he was amazing, a 70s icon. So just to update you, and again, I apologize I don't have a feed available to me. Just to update you, the workers at the Kennedy Center are right up by the letters of Trump's name, and they're going to be taking them off, but they have not started taking the letters off yet. Oh, thanks, by the way, to Michael Fergal and Michelle Batten for the Facebook stars. And I want to shout out our moderators. Haley Girl and Ruth, and over there on YouTube, moderating. Thank you so much, Haley Girl and Ruth. Also, quick thanks to Hitman CRH for becoming a member. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thanks to, I never turned off the Facebook poll. Sorry about that. Thanks to our Facebook moderators like Kay Larry Body and Michael Fergal. Charlotte Webb. Thanks Dolly Clark for subscribing as well. Thanks and Brian Davia for subscribing. Thanks Shannon Davis Hughes and Darren Charlo for moderating on Facebook. And our Twitch mods, such as Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Deb. I keep hoping. Reuters is supposed to get a camera out there. So I keep hoping if they take longer to remove the letters, that I'll finally get access and can show you. But it hasn't happened yet. I keep checking. Our viewer, Jimmy Yeager, says, how can the war end when the regime is in place and they still haven't collected the nuclear stuff? Well, apparently, I mean, from the Iran comments, it sounds like they're saying that's going to be negotiated, what happens to the nuclear material. But we don't have any kind of, firm account of what actually, there's these different reports about what's actually in this memorandum. All right, let's see. Hang on a moment here. And you never know day to day what's going to happen this weekend. Maybe something new will happen this weekend we don't even know about. By the way, the New York Times said that 2 Iranian officials and 1 regional official said that this preliminary deal, would end the fighting, reopen the strait, and lift the naval blockade on Iran. But the nuclear talks would happen in the weeks to come. Fiona Diamond says, address tricky issues with Iran in 2 weeks. Ninja Baseball Matman says, a deal would do that, but it never will. Yeah. So again, the New York Times is claiming that the initial deal, Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz for the passage of ships, and the U.S. would lift the naval blockade on Iran's ports. And there would be a 60-day negotiation period during which would be discussed things like Iran's nuclear program, the future management of the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? So, according to the New York Times, those are two things that would be discussed during the 60 days. Amp Handler thinks Trump will sign the deal at UFC. Are the oil markets closed now? Oh, thanks for mentioning this. Yes, you're correct. It is Friday. So oil markets are closed until Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Yes. Oil dropped a bunch the last day and a half after Trump had said a deal was closed. Sean Grams thinks it's a surrender deal and the Revolutionary Guard is talking crap to save face. Strong One thinks the market keeps buying the lies. By the way, thanks Fiona Diamond for your support. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Fiona. I do wonder, I remember, when was it? When was the deal? When was it the ceasefire that happened in early April? Am I remembering this right? When the ceasefire was first announced in early April, Iran said, well, here are the terms of the ceasefire. And then the Trump administration and Trump denied it. But it was never like we never saw a copy of the agreement. It kind of just happened, but it was never actually clear. So I do wonder, is it possible that that would happen? That they would announce that something had been signed and what had been agreed to was very minimal. And then we never actually see the copy of it. And the two sides disagree on what they agreed on. Could that happen? No Safe Route says the original one in April was verbal only. They haven't stopped. They have not yet removed any of the letters at the Kennedy Center, just in case you're wondering. Bloomberg claims that this purported deal, that a big part of the deal is a step-by-step approach in which Iran would get economic rewards each time it meets U.S. demands. They also say neither the U.S. nor Iran has given a comprehensive picture of the agreement. And Bloomberg says that each side appears to be reluctant to make any real concessions before the other does. And I know both the New York Times and the New York Times described the deal right now as murky. Bloomberg describes the deal as hazy. Jomo says they are still working on the scaffolding up there at the Kennedy Center. It is possible. It's possible that the Reuters cam will get out there before they take the letters down. It's supposed to get back out there. Bobby Kiefer says Murky and Hazer. Sharts says Swamp Haze. So I'm going to wait and see for that because we might get maybe we'll get that camera up. They said they were having a camera back out there at 1 a.m. I wish they could get. Maybe they'll get there a little earlier. I am just checking to see if any updates for you right now. I can't show the Trump name footage right now because I don't own the rights to it. That's what I've been explaining. At the moment, I do. Hold on. At the moment, I do not have a live shot I have the rights to use. If I get one, I will put it on the screen. You can watch it at C-SPAN on YouTube. We might get one soon. Thanks, Don Co and Cyclone and everybody watching on X. Oh, by the way, a quick shout out to our YouTube members, people like Red Girl, The Mad Kiwi, Fiona Diamond, Bad Panda, Bluesy Girl, Seraphim Sting, DeAndre, JP Gauthier, Donda, thank you. Also, I want to shout out real quick our Twitch subscribers, people like Walter Troggett, Bobna, Nate Gray, Wall Street Shaggy, Sleeping Kisa, thank you. Barker J. Roar, Fahi, CC, Andy and Austin, Jax Haku, Midtown Mike, Beatnik Bandit, Pre-Breakfast Banana, thanks to our first-time chatter, Lipoli Sisyphus, who says it is foggy. I think of the deal. My Mind Spray, Hugh J. Thanks for being subscribers on Twitch. Atomic Farting. Simp Nasty, Beatnik Bandit. I think if they continue at the pace they're at, I'm hopeful that we'll get to at least to see some of the letters taken down live. Hang on. Jomo says speculation they will curtain off the letters removal. You know, it's interesting. So right now what they're doing is they're putting up this scaffolding on the top level. Actually, they're putting up a bunch of scaffolding like right around where Trump's name is, but they're still laying the scaffolding up there. I haven't seen a curtain. Would they do that? Would they put up a curtain? Vandal Savage thinks it does not take that long to take down 30 to 40 letters. I mean, they need to do it safely. Yes, but I can see it. Again, I can't show it right now, but I can see them up there on the scaffolding. The Post says, Washington Post, U.S. and Iran very close. Sorry, U.S. and Iran close to signing ceasefire deal, officials say. Officials said Friday that the U.S. and Iran are nearing a deal to extend a ceasefire, even as key aspects of a longer-term peace appeared in dispute. The proposed ceasefire agreement, which was outlined by officials from the U.S., Iran, and mediator Pakistan on Friday, was said to be in the final stages, with the Pakistani Prime Minister writing on social media, the agreed upon text of the peace deal has been reached. A senior Trump administration official confirmed in a call with reporters that the two sides were 80 to 85% of the way to reaching a deal, but added there was still some uncertainty that the Iranians would agree. The senior official said their system is very complicated. Most of the people that we're speaking to, and most of the people that who have authority within their system, want to sign this deal, but not everybody. Iran's foreign minister told state media he was hopeful about the prospects of a deal and that Iran's National Security Council was expected to arrive at a final decision by consensus within a few days. This is what I was talking about, though. Some of what the foreign minister of Iran described differed from points put forward by U.S. officials, including the Strait of Hormuz, the future of the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. and Iranian officials had publicly signaled Friday that a deal was close, with purported details of the arrangement, most notably the staged release of frozen funds to Tehran, meeting criticism from some Iran hawks. Okay, see down here? Officials suggested that the initial deal would extend the ceasefire for 60 days. During that time, Iran would be expected to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and work with the U.S. to dismantle nuclear material in the country that could be used to create a weapon. In exchange, Iran would eventually receive relief from sanctions and a U.S. blockade, as well as access to billions of dollars in frozen assets. However, Tehran would have to reach certain benchmarks that would be set through more negotiations. That seems more like the American version and not the Iranian version. The Iranian foreign minister today on TV suggested that Tehran had won some key concessions. Iran and Oman would remain in control of the Strait of Hormuz and would charge a service fee to vessels crossing the waterway, he said. I mean, I cannot imagine the U.S. agreeing to that. U.S. officials have criticized Iranian accounts of the negotiations, says the Post, with the senior administration officials stating Friday that Iranian officials were engaged in domestic propaganda to sell the deal. But experts said the Trump administration's own account of the agreement left considerable room for interpretation. Most of the specifics, particularly on nuclear matters, will be worked out during a future 60-day negotiating period, said the official. It was not, though the U.S. had said the agreement would see nuclear material removed from Iran or destroyed, for example, it was not clear whether this provision would apply only to the highly enriched uranium that could be used for nuclear weapons or to all enriched uranium in the country. Anyways, who knows? Let me see. I'm going to check in with Reuters about the camera. Manner Pants thinks this is the 37th ceasefire. Henry Martinez says any minute now. Again, keeping an eye on, I'm hoping at some point to get a camera available so I can show you the Kennedy Center. It's crazy. Waka Jawaka thinks Trump traded an existing deal for a deal maybe someday. David Joe Klotz thinks Iran wants to run out the political clock on Trump. Hey, we're not that far away from the midterms. We are less than 5 months away. And I'm just checking in with Well, it certainly looks like they're not going to meet the 11:59 p.m. deadline to remove the letters at the Kennedy Center. That has not happened yet. But I also don't have a camera yet. Crazy Like said, did Trump's name get taken down? It's supposed to in the coming minutes, but not yet. I mean, I don't think anything big's going to... They seem to be working towards it. I don't think they're going to suffer any big consequences if they do it a few minutes after the deadline. John Doe Radio says that the proposed peace agreement is basically a deal to work on a deal. What a joke. Sean Graham says the war is over, y'all. USA, USA. The Economist had an article yesterday about the situation with Iran and the negotiations. They think the best that Trump can hope for is a makeshift pact to reopen the strait in exchange for an extended ceasefire that may, with luck, become permanent, and that economic sweeteners will be necessary and the threat of force will remain, and that the haggling over the nuclear program will have to come later. They think such a deal would be unstable and humiliating for America, yet it would be less bad than any plausible alternative. Regarding oil prices, The Economist says oil prices wobble with each news flash, but have yet to rise nearly as far as they could. China and other big importers have found ways to curb demand. America and other exporters have boosted production, and several countries have tapped their reserves. Also, reportedly, the U.S. has been bringing ships through the strait and getting oil out that way. But this cannot go on forever, says The Economist. Demand for petrol and jet fuel typically soars in the summer, and reserves in many places will run low by the fall. After that, the energy crunch could be excruciating. So they think that the best of the least bad option for Trump is some kind of deal. They think that the least bad option for Trump is a deal worse than the pre-war status quo. That's what they think. You can read about this. They have an article, Donald Trump's least bad option in Iran, in The Economist. Now, you might disagree with that, but that's what they think. David Joe Klotz thinks that Israel thinks any deal Iran would agree to sets the foundation for a future war. All right, it is midnight. It's officially after the deadline. Ugh. Sorry. I am checking in with Reuters to see if they might get their own camera out there soon. The deadline was 11:59. Sorry, just trying to get an update for you here. You can see here, judge keeps order in place to remove Trump's name for Kennedy Center. Ann Hove says, so now they're in contempt of court. I mean, technically it's past the deadline. Technically it is past the deadline. CNN says any moment Trump's name to be removed. Again, I do see workers up there. I check C-SPAN on YouTube. You can get a feed of it. As I also said, I'm really annoyed. Again, 95 times out of 100, I would have a feed available. It's kind of strange that I don't, but I just don't have one available right now I can use. But I am watching, and they're right next to the letters. The workers are right near the letters. They're right next to them. My mind spray says they're strapping in. You can see some pictures of the past. I think those pictures are when the letters were put up. Is that from today, or is this from today? Oh no, that picture's from earlier today. But again, it's darker there now. So I can see. I don't know if you guys can. I know some of you are watching it, but there's workers up there, but they don't seem to be removing the letters yet. Are they still building the scaffolding? Crystal Billy thinks they started working before midnight. It's all good. Yeah, Reuters camera's not going to be there till 1 a.m. Give me a moment here. Hang on a moment. That's what they said. Bear with me. Any chance they'll get there early? I see that the Reuters feed went down that they were showing, which I didn't have the rights to. So I'm hoping maybe that means they're switching their feed. Give me a sec. Pioneer Twin says it'll be the end of their shift soon and they will go home. JP Gothier says work safe requires scaffolding be very safe before work can begin. Jeannie says, I don't think they're going to take it down. Workers are just standing there. Sorry, I'm just hoping. It says now on the Reuters, it says further live coverage is expected. Let's hope. Let's hope. I want to be able to show it to you, or at least the people who want to see it. C-SPAN is showing now. C-SPAN is showing a worker like right next to one of the letters. No, C-SPAN, their terms of use, it's you can't just take everything they show. They have very clear terms of use. I am not allowed to take C-SPAN footage and use it like of this and use it on my channel. Very clear. But the C-SPAN footage, I'm looking at it, and it does seem that one of the workers is like right next to the M. Becca says they're about to remove a letter. Oh, I've been messaging with Reuters. The problem is that they're sending a camera back out there, but for whatever reason, the camera's not there yet. Sauce says they're adding Melania to it. Hang on here. There was this one pool, the pool feed, which is what a lot of people were using, actually just went down. I don't know why. Vandal Savage thinks someone is holding this up. Yes, so I see two workers on C-SPAN working on two different letters. That's happening right now. Looks like they are. I keep hoping that I'll get the live feed. Now, Pendergasted thinks they're just sitting in front of the letters and not working on the letters. Again, if you check out C-SPAN on YouTube, they are showing it. Trash Can Man thinks they're just sitting and not working on the letters. Just because it seems like they're close, I'm keeping an eye on it right now. Quipson says MS Now is showing workers adding scaffolding. Yes, there are workers below the name adding some more scaffolding, it looks like. Nick Van Sickle thinks over 4 hours to start taking down a letter. It is ridiculous, honestly. I guess they had to build the scaffolding. I thought, like when we came on the air hours ago, that they were just about to do it. That's what it looked like to me. Oh, C-SPAN gave out a number live on the air? John Doe Radio says. I saw the correspondent was on her phone. Now she's showing her phone. You wanted it? I don't know if the C-SPAN person knows that like everything they say is being shown on their YouTube channel. What number was it? Because I can see her talking about her phone. Joe Mo thinks they have been going really slowly. Some people think it's the CNN number. Vandal says she's saying it's CNN calling her. CNN International. It's so crazy that I don't have a shot I can show you of this right now yet. I really apologize. Oh, AZ Intel's dad, you've been so generous during this broadcast. AZ Intel's dad just gave 20 people memberships. Please make sure you thank AZ Intel's dad if you got a membership. 20 people got memberships. That's so nice of you. And thank somebody else to give you a membership or a gift sub too. Thank AZ Intel's dad, so generous of you. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Thank old what's her name, by the way. I really appreciate that. Thanks. What's happening? What's being reported? Hold on. Hold on. We are still monitoring the name potentially coming down. We have word from the Justice Department. Attorneys that are representing the Kennedy Center, they have just filed an update with the court. They are essentially saying they intend to comply, but saying they missed the midnight deadline, C-SPAN says, and the work is ongoing. They said the thunderstorms have caused delays, and we saw that on the ground ourselves, C-SPAN is saying. There was lightning and thunder today. They stopped for multiple hours. They said in the filing, crews are expected to fully remove the name in the early hours of June 13th. And the judge had previously said 11, I think 59 p.m. At this moment, we have not yet heard a response from the judge, C-SPAN says. They're asking for more time. They're asking for more time because of the weather that delayed them. That's according to C-SPAN. She says we may have to wait a little longer. See if I can get an update on that. The Kennedy Center has officially asked for more time to remove Trump's name. Oh, Ryan Riley posted it. I think I have the request. I have the request. Look, update. Update. Motion for 12-hour extension. They have requested a 12-hour extension. Defendants respectfully request a short extension time until noon to file their compliance declaration. That is the extension request that was filed tonight. To take the letters down. Give me a moment. They say the work has been delayed because of thunderstorms in D.C. that presented safety concerns for the workers. So just so you guys know, Reuters had said that they're going to have a camera at the location at 1 a.m. It is now 12:19 a.m. So if I can get a camera up, we'll keep showing it. Certainly doesn't seem that that it's going to be finished by 1 a.m. Hipster thinks Trump is stalling. Plaintiff's position is that defendants had 2 weeks to comply with this order and only need an extension because of their inexcusable delay. Plaintiff also has concerns that this fits a pattern of non-compliance on defendant's part. But under the circumstances, plaintiff takes no position on a 12-hour extension. Plaintiff would strongly oppose any further extensions. So they have asked for a 12-hour delay. Andy in Austin thinks the scaffolding is done. More Fogo says, I fear the name will still be up next week. Well, it sounds like they're only asking for 12 more hours. I wonder if we'll get a court response to this soon. Yeah, if I can get a camera, if there's a camera that I can get in like a half an hour, then I'll just keep the stream going and we'll just show that. I mean, we've talked about the Iran-US deal, and we've talked about the strike in Venezuela. I was going to take a break soon anyway, but I mean, I'll keep the stream going, assuming, again, I was told we're going to get this camera around 1 a.m. Why don't we do this? Here's what I think we're going to do with this stream. Here's what I think we're going to do on the stream. This is my plan. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. So what I'm going to do is maybe take a little break right now. Oh, hold on a second. One of the viewers said there was an explosion in Iran, says state media. Let's see. Hold on, I'll look. I'm going to check and see if I can find that. You're going to get timed out for a long time if that's not true. I don't see it. I'm looking at state media right now. I see nothing of the sort. I don't see reports of any kind of an explosion in Iran at all in state media. I'm looking at all their state media. Nothing. I don't see anything about it. Nothing. I do foresee a person getting timed out for a while. If I can find the person, I'm timing them out. I don't even know if I can find it anymore. Maybe one of the moderators got it. Yeah, I don't see anything about an explosion in Iran right now. Anyways, back to what I was saying. C-SPAN gone? Hey, what happened to C-SPAN? Did C-SPAN end their feed? Guys, I'm looking at C-SPAN online and it looks like, did they stop their feed? C-SPAN dropped out, says Jomo. They were covering it. Now there's nothing on their broadcast. Again, I'm supposed to get a camera at 1 a.m. C-SPAN said it's that time? That's odd. MS Now has a feed. I can't steal their feed. So strange. Yes, MS Now has a feed on YouTube that you can watch. So my thought was this. My thought is, we're supposed to get again, there's supposed to be a Reuters camera at 1 a.m. All right. So maybe what I'll do is I'll put on the screen. Maybe I can take a short break and by the way, I gotta say here, I understand if some people don't want to watch it. You don't have to watch any topic. But the amount of people in the chat claiming this is not news and it's not newsworthy. Really? It's not news? It's not news at all? I mean, again, it might not be something you personally care about or might not be something you want to watch, and that's fine. Nobody's making you watch it. But to claim it's just not news, I don't know about that. I've seen several different people say it. I'm not talking about one or two people. A lot of angry people. Just did 4 hours talking about other topics. By the way, thanks to Tone and Crappy J. I appreciate it. So what I'm going to do, looks like they're still building scaffolding. They are now working on scaffolding. I'm going to put on the screen that we're supposed to have a feed at 1 a.m. Okay? I'm not going to be able to eat a meal in a half an hour. I'm not going to be able to make food and eat a meal in half an hour. I think I'm going to have a snack. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a snack. Let me put something on the screen here. Yeah, they're doing scaffolding now. They're not removing the letters right now, it looks like. Steve is grabbing a snack. We are supposed to get a live camera view of the Kennedy Center at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. If we have that, if we get that camera, we will stay live with the coverage. All right. So let's do that. Latest on Iran deal plus possible coverage of Kennedy Center Trump name removal. That's going to be too much. This is the best I can tell you because, again, we're supposed to get a camera at about 1 a.m., which is in like 29 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break, all right? And we're going to, after I'm going to grab a snack, and when I come back, we'll see where we're at with the camera. Well, I'll probably be back before 1 a.m., but I will keep, if we get the camera around 1 a.m. Eastern, I will keep the stream going. All right, so let me go do that. I'm coming back shortly, but hopefully we get that. Hang on a moment here. All right, so let me take a little bit of a break. Thanks again to all of our mods who are here. Let me take a little bit of a break, grab a snack, and then I'll come back. And by the way, thanks to Kendra Fox for your support. Hey, thanks Kendra Fox for all your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, give me a few minutes. I'm coming back, and we'll see if maybe we can get a live camera and show you some of this and continue the stream. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. Yes, they're still doing scaffolding, it looks like. So, just to sum up what's going on, we have been on the air covering updates about the possible Iran deal. And we talked a bunch about the U.S. military killing the leader of Tren de Aragua in an airstrike in Venezuela. And we talked about some other things. But something that's going on at the moment is, hold on. The workers at the Kennedy Center are getting ready to remove Trump's name from the Kennedy Center because of a court order that said that the Kennedy Center could not be changed without approval from Congress. And we were going to show that, well, what's happened is it's live now, but for, I don't know what, well, we had a strange situation. Normally, I would have had a live camera of this before through the news agencies I pay for footage, but there has not been one available. But I was told that one is going to become available at 1 a.m., which is in 12 minutes. So if that happens, we're going to keep the stream going and just cover that. But I have to wait and see what happens. It's 12:49 right now. So you can watch like MS Now on YouTube. They're showing workers there, but I'm waiting to see if we can get this camera in about 10 minutes. I was told the crew will be back there, the camera crew, at 1 a.m. All right, so we're keeping an eye on that. Oh, I want to show you a statement from Venezuela about the U.S. action. Where is that? There is Venezuela released a statement. Is this it right here? Let's see. That's not it. I don't have this statement myself about. I'll show you this. Hang on. Trump says U.S. military strike killed leader of Venezuela's Tren de Aragua gang. But I saw an update about this, so I just want to, we talked about this earlier, but I want to mention it again. President Trump said Friday, U.S. forces carried out a strike. This was in Venezuela that killed Niño Guerrero, the leader of the Venezuelan prison gang Tren de Aragua. He said this action was coordinated closely with our friends in Venezuela, with whom we are working very well. Venezuela's information ministry said during the operation, there were clashes with members of criminal groups in which the leader was neutralized. Venezuela said the operation involved specialized technological support and was carried out through cooperation and intelligence sharing between authorities of both countries. The Trump administration has repeatedly targeted Guerrero and other leaders of the Tren de Aragua organization with sanctions over alleged involvement in criminal activities such as illicit drug smuggling, human trafficking, and money laundering. There was a $5 million reward being offered for him, not for his death, but by the State Department. And in case you didn't see it before, this is the video that Trump released of that strike in Venezuela that killed that he said killed the leader of. Although it's weird, I mean, this is a strike on a building, but in the article we read, the Venezuelan government seemed to imply that the leader was killed during some sort of fighting. So I don't know. This is what Trump posted, though. You can see the projectile coming in on the left. Midtown Mike said the article made it sound like the Venezuela statement made it sound like a gun battle. So I don't know what to tell you about that. But again, this was a U.S. military action in Venezuela. All right, so it is in 5 minutes. The Reuters camera is supposed to be there in 5 minutes, guys. At the Kennedy Center. IMAZ TV thinks life is a video game to politicians. Guy from KC says Trump is making people feel sorry for gang leaders now. Outstanding. Zeta Physician says war crime president. It's 12:56. Will we get this live shot of the Kennedy Center? They are still putting scaffolding up at the Kennedy Center. We're waiting to see. A poll on whether we'll get a live shot. I don't think we're going to do that. I'll check out if there's any updates from Iran as well. Not seeing anything coming out of Iran at the moment. Lori Bird, the administration asked for a 12-hour extension tonight, just a short while ago. I'm not aware that there's been a response to that. But, I mean, either way, even if they're not granted an extension, they're just going to I mean, I don't think they're going to stop working. So probably it might not make a big difference either way, whether they're granted an extension to not, or not, what the timeline is. Our viewer Yethi Thou Thee thinks they're putting up overhead extensions, overhead scaffolding for the harnesses. I haven't even changed the title of the broadcast yet to reflect the Kennedy Center thing because I want to be sure we get this camera. But if we get the camera, we'll stay on the air. We'll find out shortly. Why does it do this? Hang on. Give me a moment. We should know very soon, guys. It's 1 a.m. right now. It's 1 a.m. right now. I'm going to check in with them again. Their camera's not there yet. They had told me 1 a.m. It's now 1:01 a.m. So I'm checking with them again. Thanks Cyclone for watching on X. Seraphim Sting thinks they're really dropping the ball. You mean the people taking the letters down? They're still building the scaffolding, just to be clear. They're not taking the letters down yet. They told me again. That's the timing they think it's going to be, right around now. They're telling me, they're saying that's the schedule. They're saying any time now they anticipate having their crew out there with their camera. Okay? They just told me. So why in the middle of the night? Well, I mean, there were alerts, there were appeals going on today, which I guess the Trump administration was waiting for. And also, they said that they lost time um, because it was thunderstorms. Oh, Brian Beelman. Hey, Brian, that's so nice of you. Thank you, Brian. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Thanks, Brian. Much appreciated. Also, thanks, Loki. Loki 1988. Thank you, Loki. It is now 1:04. I was told that a camera was going to be available around 1. It has not appeared yet. Erica says, let's get this show going. Here's what AP says about it. As we wait, Trump's name poised to be removed from Kennedy Center after court denies last-minute move to keep it. Scaffolding was erected around a section of the building that includes Trump's name, but the Kennedy Center had sought a short extension to complete the work. Shortly after midnight, the Kennedy Center asked a judge to extend the deadline until noon Eastern Time because of storms that had swept through the Washington area Friday, causing a delay. Some of the storms included lightning. In the filing, the Kennedy Center offered assurance that the removal work is presently ongoing and would conclude in the early hours of the morning. Dozens of people spent hours on the plaza in front of the Kennedy Center, taking pictures and cheering occasionally as they broke into chants of "Take it down." Representative Joyce Beatty, Democrat of Ohio, an ex officio board member who sued to have Trump's name removed from the building, was spotted at one point on the plaza as well. AP says, after ignoring the Kennedy Center for much of his first term, Trump has wielded tremendous influence over the venue during his return to office. Just a month into his second term, he ousted the center's previous leadership and replaced it with a board of trustees that named him chairman. His name was quickly added to the building. In a ruling, U.S. District Judge Christopher Cooper made a ruling that only Congress could make changes to the Kennedy Center's name. That ruling also blocked the Trump administration from closing the cultural and arts venue for major renovations that had been planned to start in July and last for 2 years. Needless to say, I don't have the camera yet. Nothing. Supposed to get a camera. No, I can't use the C-SPAN feed. I can't steal their feed. Not allowed. Og Zaid says, will Iran destroy their uranium? You mean destroy their enriched uranium or dilute it? I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens with these negotiations. Doesn't sound like even if there's a deal signed, that's going to get dealt with yet. No word from Reuters. Wisco Joe says, I hope he didn't break the tripod. We need this camera. Yeah, I'm just waiting for it. I was just told again a short while ago that they're expecting 1 a.m. Well, it's 1:07, 1:08 now. It's 1:08 now. There is a stream on X, isn't there? There was a stream on X. Yeah, the stream. X is live right now. Red Girl says that she wants to watch it here. Well, thanks. I want to watch it here too. They're going to get annoyed with me if I ask them again. But still, can see the post says, Kennedy Center misses deadline to remove Trump's name, citing storms. It's from the Washington Post. After hours of construction work and a flurry of legal actions, the Kennedy Center missed a court-mandated deadline to remove President Trump's name from the front of the building. Around midnight, they filed a request to extend the deadline to noon Saturday. Two courts today denied the Kennedy Center's last-ditch motion to delay removing Trump's name from the performing arts venue, even as crews erected scaffolding next to the building. Yeah, they are on the scaffolding. Hold on a second here. All right, I'm looking again. I'm looking into it. Is there any chance? Hey, so guys, I'm looking at on MS Now. They're showing like a curtain. They're showing. Hey guys, on MS Now, they're showing scaffolding. I don't know if it's a curtain. It's kind of like a sheeting. And are they gonna like block it out when they're removing it or what? Yeah, like a tarp. And I'm just seeing that right now. So are they gonna put up a tarp? Look at MS Now on YouTube. Now, Barry says they had it on the truck. Some of our viewers thought this was going to happen, and I didn't know. But now I'm seeing that they have one of the they don't have it. They've put up some like a vertical sheet of tarp, and it looks like they're about to put up another one. Now, one of the viewers said it might be like a trash chute. So I don't know if they're going to hide it. When they put his name up, they had a tarp. Yeah, MS Now on YouTube. If you go to MS Now on YouTube, I don't know what the purpose of that tarp is. Sheet or no sheet, says Red Girl. By the way, I'm sorry we don't have the. I was told by Reuters. They said 1 a.m. Nothing yet. Still nothing. Okay. Yeah, one of the viewers mentioned. I appreciate it. One of the viewers mentioned that somebody online who I saw, who's an independent streamer who I sometimes buy footage from, had a stream up, but that's not their personal one. It needs to be if there's somebody who has a feed up and they're showing it on their channel. If I'm going to get the feed for them, it's got to be it's got to be something that they own themselves and that they have the rights to redistribute. So, again, as of right this second, still I don't have access to one of the feeds. Supposed to. In 2 minutes, I will message Reuters again to see if there's an update. I'm still wondering if they're going to cover everything. No, they meant 1 Eastern time. That was the time I was told. Darcy says the crowd is getting rowdy there, heckling the workers. See, right now that sheet is not that tarp is not big enough to block everything, block every view. David Joe Klotz says maybe they're waiting for police to arrive. People are nuts. It's funny, about like 2 hours ago, I know like CNN and MS Now had it on their news, and I think at this point they don't have it on their news. G. Fixler thinks they're not heckling the workers, they are cheering them on. I just messaged Reuters to try to get an update. Those of you who stuck around, I appreciate you sticking around. I certainly understand people not sticking around, but I would like to be able to cover it. And if you missed it, we did a whole bunch of coverage on the Iran deal and on the strike in Venezuela, so you can rewind and get that. We talked about that a bunch, and kind of we got to the point where the stream would normally end, and I said, you know what? If I can cover this live, we'll keep it going. So I'm waiting to get a firm word. There was supposed to be a camera available like 20 minutes ago, but I have not gotten an update on that. So. But they're going to message me back soon. Talking to them right now. I'm not seeing any big updates at the moment out of Iran. I check periodically to see. While we're waiting, I want to mention this again. We talked about this earlier, but it's an interesting story, so I just want to mention it again. Anthropic, which is a top AI company, completely disabled their top tier AI models suddenly. I know one of the models had come out 3 days ago, after a U.S. order limiting foreign access. This was very sudden tonight. So you can see Reuters says, Anthropic said on Friday it will abruptly disable its most advanced AI models. It's like, something like Chat, similar to ChatGPT or Gemini. It will abruptly disable its most advanced AI models for all users after the U.S. government ordered it to suspend access to the models after the U.S. government suddenly ordered it to suspend access to the models for foreign nationals, citing national security concerns. The company received the export control directive to suspend access to Fable 5 and Mythos 5 for all foreign nationals, even foreign nationals who are in the U.S. and even foreign nationals who are employees of the company, without being given specific details of its national security concern, Anthropic said in a statement. It is Anthropic's understanding that the government believes there is a method of bypassing or jailbreaking a safeguard that would prevent Fable 5 from being used in identifying software vulnerabilities, the company said. The order comes just as a previous dispute between Trump administration officials and IPO-bound Anthropic showed signs of easing across parts of the U.S. government. And I know some viewers were talking about this before. Anthropic's relationship with the government ruptured this year after it refused to allow the U.S. military to use its AI models for domestic surveillance and fully autonomous weapon systems. The government responded by putting Anthropic on a supply chain blacklist set to take effect later in the year. This action tonight also marks a major escalation of U.S. efforts to halt foreign adversaries' AI capabilities. For years, U.S. export controls have focused on the chips and tools that power AI rather than on restricting foreign access to AI itself. Anthropic said the government has only given it verbal evidence of a potential narrow, non-universal jailbreak. We disagree with the finding of a narrow potential jailbreak should be cause for recalling a commercial model deployed to hundreds of millions of people. The government directive and Anthropic's response highlight growing tension between AI developers and regulators over how to assess risks from so-called jailbreaks or methods used to bypass model safeguards. I guess the issue would be if you can use, like, say, Fable 5 to identify software vulnerabilities, then that could allow a bad actor to figure out vulnerability in software and do bad things with that knowledge. I think that's the basic idea. NTOOG thinks Trump is going to drive all the companies to China. We will lose the AI war. Crystal Billy thinks that's kind of big. Earlier this week, Anthropic rolled out a model, an AI model, called Claude Fable 5, representing a new tier of capability it calls Mythos class. The model is accompanied by guardrails barring its use in risky areas such as cybersecurity, which some users have complained are overly broad, Anthropic said. Experts have said that Mythos models in the wrong hands could dramatically accelerate sophisticated cyber attacks, particularly in sectors such as banking that rely on complex, interconnected, and often decades-old technology systems. Anthropic said it had worked with the U.S. government, among others, on safety ahead of the Fable launch, and that models from rival AI providers showed similar ability to unearth minor bugs in code. The net effect of this government order tonight, they said, is that we must abruptly disable Fable 5 and Mythos for all our customers to ensure compliance. Access to other Anthropic models will not be affected. I also want to mention here Dean Ball, a former White House official who had contributed to the AI action plan the administration issued in summer of 2025, said in a post on X that the government order suggests all non-Americans would be restricted from using Anthropic's latest models, including non-Americans based in the US. This means you should expect to have to prove your citizenship to use Anthropic models, Ball said. Several key Anthropic personnel, including co-founder Chris Olah, AI researcher Andrzej Karpathy, and philosopher Amanda Askell, were born outside the U.S. Dieselby says, papers, please. And these are like their new major models. They just had to suddenly disable them tonight. That's a huge deal. I just heard from Reuters. Reuters says that their crew is on the way. They haven't gotten to the site yet. They were supposed to get there, and we were supposed to have a shot by 1. It is now 1:30. But they told me that they're still waiting for the crew to reach the site. But they're expecting them to be there. So we're going to stay alive. We're going to stay alive. I don't even want to put it in the title of the broadcast yet, though. I'm not going to put it in the title of the broadcast until I know we have a live shot. Otherwise, people will get angry. Spicy Tuna Roll thanks. Spicy Tuna Roll says they just created a free marketing campaign. The model is so good the U.S. banned it. David says, I want in on the Anthropic IPO. We didn't really talk about it today. There was while we're waiting to get this camera, I hope we didn't talk about the SpaceX IPO. Maybe some of you invested in it. I have no investment in the SpaceX IPO, by the way, full disclosure. But the SpaceX price, they let retail investors, so it wasn't just institutions and like hedge funds and that kind of thing. As an investor sitting at home, you could, in theory, buy shares of the IPO. That's something that Elon Musk wanted. Some of the shares were reserved for individual investors, called retail investors, to buy. So some of you may have bought these shares, and the price was $135 at open. And there was this question of like, what was going to happen with the price today? Well, I can show you. What is it, 165 or something? 161. So at close at 10 p.m., which I guess is when post-market trading closed. Well, it says there 166. Now I'm confused. Why does it say this? I think 160.95 was the closing price on Friday, and then in post-market, after-market trading, it went up to around 166.84. Is that what they're saying? Joseph says it opened around 150. Yeah, I mean, when it actually started buying it, you're right. It was 135 to buy in. And then when it started trading, I think it was around 150, and then it went up to 170. And 135 if you pre-order, exactly, and you got it, as Lord Cyan said. But 150, I think, is when it first started trading open, around 150 when it first started trading on the market. But I meant 135 is if you early before the if you got in before it was on the free market, you would have paid 135 for whatever kind of shares you could get your hands on. Diesel B says 160.95 was the close of the day on regular trading, and 166.84 was the aftermarket. Hey, some people mentioned Israel. There's a rocket alert in northern Israel. That's a rocket alert, I assume. I don't. That's not a missile alert from like Iran or something. That presumably, if it's not a false alarm, presumably it's a rocket being fired from Lebanon. That'd be my guess. Although I have to look that up. Now it's gone. Now it's gone. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was a false alarm or they shot it down. There's a drone alert right now in northern Israel. Real Sportsman says they're putting the tarp up. Sorry, we can talk more about the IPO in a second. But so what they did is they have a tarp on the side. I don't know that the tarp is meant to block the view. I think the tarp maybe is meant for safety or something. I don't know. They have a tarp on the side of the scaffolding at the Kennedy Center. I still don't have the live shot from the Kennedy Center. I was told by Reuters it was going to be 1 a.m. It's 1:36 a.m. Still no live shot. But I am committed to finding out if we're getting this live shot. I was just told that we're getting it. So strange. Evelyn Amin says maybe they got a flat. It's very weird. Normally it's not like this. Normally if they say they're going to have a camera at this time, then they do. If on a side, a shoot, says Fiona Diamond. It does not look like they're covering up the whole view of the thing. Although the workers seem to be on the ground now. Bead Eye thinks it's for dust and debris. But our viewer Spotty Knot thinks there will be multiple tarps that go up soon. Maybe they will have, are they going to actually put tarps around the whole thing? That I don't know. You know, Gina Pina says maybe there was a perimeter set up where they can't get past. But the thing is, Gina Pina, I think I would have heard about that by now. By the way, if they're going to put a tarp all the way around, that'll take a while. Because right now, it's taken I don't know, like a half an hour or 40 minutes, whatever it's been. I could go back and look, but it's taken a while just to get this one part up, one part of the tarp up. And they would have to do multiple of these. I don't remember. Somebody said that they when they initially did it, when they I don't know that I have footage of the original when the letters got put up. But somebody was saying they thought that when they originally did it, they had a tarp all the way around. Tech Slug thinks the tarp isn't really necessary to the removal. Paul Cosgrove thinks it'll take a few hours to cover with tarps. His name was put up in December. Let me look up and see if I can find when they added his name. I'm searching for the adding of the name. But all I'm getting is videos about removing the name. A workers add name. Okay, you know what I can tell you? This is very interesting. I am looking right now. I'm gonna put a link in the chat, guys. This is very interesting. I am looking right now at an AP video from 5 months ago, from when the name was added. And they had tarps up. Oh, and it was all the way covering the front. I just posted it in the chat. But if you look at that video, I don't have the rights to show it again, to show it here. But they basically covered the front of the scaffolding with tarp, and you couldn't see any of the letters. And then finally, they took all the tarps down to reveal the new lettering, it looks like. That's what it looks like to me. I can't see the full reveal, but if you look at it, it certainly looks like they had it covered. Oh no, they do. If you have the video link, yes, you can literally see it about 30 seconds into the video. They had these giant blue tarps up, and you couldn't see from the front what was happening. And then they dropped the tarps, and you could see his name there. So what I'm wondering is, are they going to do the same thing tonight? And it looks like they might be. I am not very confident that I think there's a decent chance they'll do that tonight. Now, one of our viewers said, funny they didn't use scaffolding. So in the video, there's these they're the crane arm with the carts, the crane arm things with the buckets. Spotty Knot said that, so I don't know why the difference is now. Yeah, so obviously, if they're going to do that now, then as Gary says, there's no point to watch if they're going to do that now. I don't know that they're going to, but it seems like they could. There's this other question, which is if they put the tarps up, is it because they really need them, or they just don't want to like give people the satisfaction, those who want to see the name come down, of seeing it live? Fiona said cherry pickers. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here, guys, but that makes me more skeptical that we'll actually see anything. Again, I'll post the link to that video in the chat, but if you go to 30 seconds in, you can see what oh, it looks like they're putting this, they've started to put the tarp around the front of the scaffolding. Look at MS Now on YouTube. It really does look like they have started putting the tarp around the front of the scaffolding. Am I correct? Cravon says, same as when they put the name up. Do you see what I'm talking about here? Andy says yes. Yeah, Babster says they've rounded the corner. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, once they round the corner, it seems like they're just going to keep going. Now, interestingly, Fathom says he's probably going to tear the whole thing down. I don't know that, but well, I will say though that the scaffolding does not cover the words "the John" and "performing arts." So they're not just going to take the whole sign down because the scaffolding isn't in front of the sign. The scaffolding is only wide enough to get to the Donald Trump part, and not the rest of it, not all the rest of it. Oh, thanks. Rita's been a member for 59 months. Rita says old construction debris contained asbestos lead. So Rita thinks it's just it's something they got to do for the construction. I'm not saying it's not. Hey, thanks, Rita. Thanks, J. Carlos74. You know what's going to happen is literally the moment I go off the air, then the Reuters will get their camera out there. But yeah, it's looking to me. I'm not very optimistic now, given what I'm seeing on the MS Now shot, and given what I'm seeing on the 5 months ago. It's weird though, because there were so many people. This was being streamed on a number of platforms. I know CNN and MS Now and CNBC were all showing it. There were a lot of people watching it. And the thought was like, this is about to happen. And that was hours ago. That was hours ago. But it doesn't even seem really that close right now. I mean, the workers aren't up there right now. Maybe there's one worker up there. I do wonder if this was kind of intended to be done at the middle of the night. Guy from KC thinks everyone got long conned. I don't know. I think we're getting to that point. You know, if we get off the air and then I do get a camera and there's something very compelling to see, I can always do another stream. But I'm skeptical at this point. I'm skeptical. Jam says I'm too invested. Yeah, my best guess is it's going to be a while, and there's a very good chance. Oh, somebody has a harness on. I will say that one of the workers up there is wearing a harness. Are they all wearing harnesses? But they literally have started putting the tarp around the front part. We'll do a quick poll, a quick flash poll. The poll is, will the tarp cover the view? That's the quick poll. Quick poll, will the tarp completely cover the view? Flash poll. I got to put it on Facebook. Yeah. They're still assembling like the scaffolding right now. Like they're above the letters that need to be taken down, and they're putting scaffolding up right now. Hang on. Okay, I asked you guys, we did a poll, and the poll said, hang on, will the tarp completely cover the view of them taking down the letters? Well, on YouTube, 81%, 80% said yes. Now, Facebook, I don't even see the votes yet, but how about Twitch? On Twitch, it is, I don't know if it showed up on Facebook. Sometimes Facebook has issues. I tried to post it, or maybe it'll be a delay, but I don't know. I did post it. I don't know if it actually was visible on Facebook. 84% on Twitch. Yeah. So guys, it just has the feeling like that this is, I mean, if something changes and there's amazing visuals and I have a live shot, I can always come back on the air. But at this point, it's not looking good. I'm also very skeptical. It's very strange that Reuters said they were going to have a shot at 1 and it's 1:49 and there's no shot. So I don't know. Maybe they had bad info over there. But it's interesting, though, again, because there were tons of people online watching this a few hours ago. Yeah, so that's, I think we're going to start wrapping up the stream now. But I'll keep an eye on what's going on. I appreciate you voting in the poll, though. And thanks to those of you who stuck around. All right, it's time. I think it's time. Oh, we didn't do the poll graphic. Sorry. There. Thanks, by the way, to get the poll graphic up there. Nice. Thanks to Lowenado for the bits and Kindra Fox. That's really nice of you. All right. So if you missed it, we talked about a bunch of other stories during the stream. Yeah, D Jimmerlin says 48,000. Yeah, so I think MS now has about 47,000 people watching. I think about 90,000 people were watching there before or something. And then there were a lot watching C-SPAN. So, but there did generally seem to be this thought, which was my thought too, that this was going to happen hours ago. All right. So, anyways, I do appreciate you being here, those who stuck with me. I'm sorry if I had known. It was a weird situation tonight. But we got some news coverage in, but mostly not about this. I don't know why the poll didn't happen on Facebook, by the way. I tried to show it. Mostly not about this. Thought I had posted it. I'll try one more time. Hang on a moment here. Hang on, I just need to hide somebody. Just need to block someone. When we break the rules, need to hide somebody, and we don't respect people, then someone gets hidden. Yep. Okay, that's one person. Done. All right. Now, I really appreciate people being here. Yeah, sorry, Facebook. I guess it didn't display the poll. What can I do? I tried. And we're going to wrap this up. But thanks for being here. If you missed the coverage of Iran and Venezuela, you can rewind and watch. And sorry, we never got the live coverage of the Kennedy Center name removal, but it looks like they're putting up more tarp now. Rewind to see Iran and Venezuela coverage. Okay, now. I really appreciate you being here. If you'd like, you can subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of news here without an agenda. Agenda Free TV, and I would recommend you turn on our notifications because you never know when big news is going to happen and something new we're going to be covering. I'm seeing them put up more tarp. They're putting up more tarp right now on MS Now, on the front. But if you sign up for the free notifications, you will get sent a notification whenever we go live before we go live, so you don't miss any breaking news coverage. So sign up for the notifications. Oh, what happened here? I don't see anything there. Um, the notifications, the mods. We still have some mods with us. Incredible. Thank you so much, mods. I'll thank you in a second. But the notifications are free, and the mods will post a link in the chat to sign up for the notifications. You can also find the notification sign up link in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. And also, what was I going to say? I really appreciate people watching tonight and tuning in. Sorry for all the confusion with the coverage. I believed we were going to have a live stream, and it just never happened from the Kennedy Center. So sorry we couldn't get you a live stream from there. Most times we would have one. It just worked out kind of weirdly. But I really appreciate people tuning in and sending in your comments and sending me updates. So thanks so much for being here. And also, let's see. Again, just appreciate you watching. And I will post updates about this and all the stories we've been covering. If I see more information, I will post updates on my X account, which is not that, at Lookner on X. At Lookner on X is where I cover breaking news on X. Follow me there. Huge thanks to our moderators. Thank you so much for being here, mods. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. We couldn't have it without our moderators. Debbie, BJG, Ruth. Thank you. And all of our YouTube moderators who've been there. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Twitch mods. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Devin, all of our other Twitch mods. Huge thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, and our Facebook moderators, such as Kay Lowry Body, Charlotte Webb, Shannon Davis Hughes, Darren Charlo, Michael Fergal. Thank you. Thanks, Brian Davio and Dolly Clark, for subscribing on Facebook, by the way. And thanks to everybody who supported the channel tonight. Really nice of you guys. AZ Intel's dad and Brian Beelman and everybody else I thanked before, and Kendra Fox and everybody else. Thank you so much. It's so nice of you guys. That is why we can be on the air, is your support. So huge thanks for supporting the channel. Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone here. I think I got Spicy Tuna Roll. Yeah, I thank Spicy Tuna Roll. So thank you. It's very kind of you. JD63 and others. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Discord chat. It's free. Check it out if you like. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Huge thanks to our Discord mods who help with the chat on Discord. Thank you. Also, if you're on X, I would suggest follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I give you a heads up there before we go live every time. Post updates about the channel over there at Agenda Free TV. And who knows, maybe we'll be coming on this weekend covering more Iran developments. I would not be surprised. And let's see here. Oh, I did want to mention for people who watch on YouTube. Did the judge give a 12-hour extension? Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, whether or not the judge granted the extension, I don't think was going to really affect how long this was going to take because they were working on it. So even if the judge said no, I mean, what are they going to stop working? So I saw they applied for a 12-hour extension. I don't know if it was granted, but either way, I think it's going to be basically the same. Oh, for those people who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications to find out. Another good way to find out when we're going live. The way you do that on YouTube is you got to subscribe to the channel, then you click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Okay, so just so you know, if you look at MS Now, they now have the tarp covering half the front. It really looks like you're not going to be able to see them actually take the letters down. Those watching MS Now on YouTube, you can see this. Babster says yes. Yeah, they are putting a tarp up all the way across. Limey Show thinks the judge's deadlines hold as much weight as Trump's. Hey, big thanks also to all of our Facebook subscribers for subscribing and supporting the channel. Brian Daviow, and Kay Lowry Body, Diane Allworth, Kristen McConnell Gates. Was it Dolly Clark I thanked earlier? Susan Priest Buchner, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry that the poll didn't work. Oh, you know what? I can actually see. It's weird. I can see the remnants of the poll on Facebook. It's sometimes Facebook has a problem with the polls. So it looks like it didn't fully poll to Facebook. I'm sorry, the last one. Nothing I can do now. Fred Withrow says there is a massive anti-racism march planned today in Belfast in response to the violence. That's what Fred said. I hadn't heard about that, Fred. Thank you, Fred, for watching. Hey, also big thanks to our Twitch subscribers. Thanks to all of our other Facebook subscribers, by the way, and our Twitch subscribers like Hugh J, Jax Haku, Wall Street Shaggy, Pre-Breakfast Banana, Jax Animals, Steve God, Midtown Mike, Good Luck Duck, and Gaddafi, and Douthis, and Kendra Fox, Seed Music, Mongol Mama, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you so much. Our YouTube members. Amp Landler, CAC813, Marin Gobra, I Am Good Goy, Betty Westbrook, Evelyn in Maine, Tim M6, Roy1822, JD63, Aurora Borealis, Dolito Matic, Glastron, JD63, Joseph Say, Dr. McRib, David Joe Klotz, Barry, thank you, and all of our other viewers. Platinum Dose, thanks for being a member. AR1 says, what's the point of the tarp? We know what they're doing. Cravon says, total eclipse of the tarp. Twilu, thanks for watching. Appreciate everybody tuning in. All right, we're wrapping this up. So, George Walker, thanks for watching over there on Facebook. Nicolette Parker, thank you. All right. The MS Now feed actually just went out, but I can see them putting up. We never got the Reuters feed after all that. Just never happened. Never happened. Very strange. MS Now feed stopped. What happened? It looks like their feed, they're having an issue with it. Anyways. All right. Well, I'll keep an eye out while I'm awake. So again, thanks Patricia Canada for being a member. All right. So thank you for joining us. Thanks for bearing with tonight all of the changes in topic and for bearing with me as we jump from thing to thing. That is it for right now. I'll keep an eye on news on the weekend. If there's big news, we'll be back on. That's it for now. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.